All right, here we go. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to. I need to figure something out. Dude, that's like 15 different pop-ups. It's like, yeah, make sure you don't update. Gotta keep you on your toes. It'll become muscle memory probably pretty soon. I think initially it asks, like, there's an update to the game. If you want to update, you gotta say start software. And then it's like, okay, well, you pick your user. Sure, that's normal. I used to not have to do that because I only had one profile on the Switch. I could probably delete my friend's, like, user. He would not mind. I don't think he's gonna play Odyssey again. But, we'll see. I will just stick with it. It's fine. And then it's like, okay, well, there's a system update. Do you want to update the system? You say start software. And then the final thing is like, something about like checking the save data, the like cloud backup for my profile. And it's like, well, you need to do a system update to be able to like do this. So there's like, yeah, 5 pop-ups. It's too many. But yeah, what up everyone? Hello, Onyx. We do in fact have the OLED now, so maybe it'll help. You never know. Yotzem Noel. Look at that, a 45 SOR. Shoutouts to the OLED technology, OLED. Nerd, thank you for the 23-month resub. 23 is a prime number, and you subscribed with Prime. No way. Taking the training weights off. Well, yeah, we'll see. I have no idea if it's gonna do anything. Honestly, even if it's just like placebo, it might help. Right, you could imagine a situation where it doesn't actually improve my load times, but because I'm like thinking it will, then maybe I'll play better. I'll be like, okay, well, this should be better, so I'm gonna play my best. Yo, Beth, thank you for the 28-month resub. Appreciate that. That should be fine. Good luck today, pay to win. Whoa. What's crazy is that if you wanted to get like the optimal version of the game nowadays, you do actually have to go and pay extra for something, right? Well, basically, if you want the optimal version to play on, you have to homebrew your Switch. If you don't already have a Switch that had 1.6, download it digitally. It's a mess, but like, it's tough. Wow. Look. I'm not saying anything, but that was a pretty good. That was a pretty good bombs time. It's the first one with the OLED, so surely it makes my clips and win bombs better as well. Hey, what's up, Karma? A faster pixel response time, but that's just the screen, right? And if I'm plugging into a monitor with a dock, it shouldn't make a difference. You know, if you rearrange the letters in OLED very slightly, you can get old with an E at the end to be fancy. Ye old Switch, exactly. But when you think about it, it's actually a newer Switch. That's like the whole point, I guess, of me buying this thing last year. Not quite a Switch 2 though. Hey, what's up, Rafi, Druby, Metagross, Simos. Deal, yes, Dole. Those are ways you can rearrange the letters, yes. It's true. Yeah, that'll work. Yep. A little invisible wall. Hey, what's up, Penguin? It's always a little bit awkward, because yeah, if you try and walk off of that thing, you can get stuck on it. If you do it wrong. We'll get to this thing. But you know what? That happens on the other Switch too. That one is just a little bit too aggressive on the flicks while going up the hill. Yeah, Zeb Trekkie and Trillin. What up, the Attic Ninja? Appreciate the good luck. Yeah. Used to have this, your ex took it. Rip. It's a pretty good game. Actually, so somebody else had mentioned a while ago that I think they ended up getting a Twilight Princess copy from their ex. So it's just one of those things. It's part of the exchange. Let's see, this might not work. Just kidding. 104. I mean, I'll take it. It wasn't me. Are you sure? What's your favorite memory? This is an objective question. Wait, how's it objective? Let's see. Yeah, Zertario, if you're able to DM one of us, one of the staff members on Discord, that might be good. So I guess like just send me a DM on Discord or something. I can figure that out. Does the OLED get faster load times or less world loads? Why is it faster? I mean, the idea is that maybe it does. We'll see. In theory, it shouldn't matter. But did you see that? That was like no world loads. Isn't that crazy? That was a 110 entry. Watch me get like a gold right here. Do you have their pseudo? I mean, you can DM me. I'm player 5 SR on Discord. Oh, what? What? Wait, that was like actually... No. Come on. Come on, you can't look at that and tell me. I've literally... Is it just luck? A coincidence, perhaps? 0.2 off gold? On the first, paraglider since switching? Interesting. Yeah, at this point, it totally could be a coincidence, but dang, that is kind of crazy. I think it was just like, I've gotten 110 entries on the other Switch as well, so it's not necessarily like the world loads. Like it was fast on the world loads, but okay, this is a little sketchy. All right. Oh, check this out. Boom. Maybe that works. Who knows? OLED too good? Yeah, apparently. What up, Moldy? Oh, dude, that load is actually atrocious. Oh, I didn't get skew. Unless? Okay. I thought I could pull a fast one. There we go. Lit it on the tree. Yeah. Yeah, I was trying to do that. I was gonna pull a fast one on the game, you know, because the game tried to load in the cutscene, and then I was like, well, that's fine. I'll just do the thing. Oh, is Link an only child? Yeah, so Link has a sister in Wind Waker, for sure. In this game, though, as far as we know, he is. Interesting. Apparently, turning around was not safe. You go here, and then you go, oops. Go like this. Ow. Not quite. Oh, snap. Did that save with the Ancient Arrow equipped? That's actually kind of hype. That's for sure, yeah. Wait, do I have a... I do. Okay. Which means I could make this save. Yeah, right. Is that dog percent? Did I do dog percent? I mean, that's the only That's the only run where I would save at that stable. So probably is. We're gonna do like this, and then we'll make a save here. And this should be a little bit better. Now. Is hitting the ceiling there the problem with square placement or something else? I mean, it could be multiple things. But yeah, it's like... So this wind bomb is awkward because if you go too high, you hit the ceiling. But it's also, you're kind of facing not a cardinal direction, you're like more facing an ordinal. And so you don't want to like place the bombs in such a way that you'll speed cap. And so with this one, the way I've been doing it is I delay the detonation a little bit. And what that does is it lets the square bomb drop a little. Compared to Link. I guess technically both bombs are like dropping a little bit, but because of that, it like... Or does Link fall faster than the bomb? Either way, essentially the delayed detonation gives you like a lower launch. And so if I'm hitting the ceiling, it could be that I'm detonating too early, but it could also be like, you know, other things. Like, there's also, you know, if I have momentum going in the wrong direction when I like drop the first bomb and then move Link forward, that could also be a problem, because then the bombs will line up incorrectly and I'll get too much height or like too strong of a launch. So that last one I would have expected to, or the one that failed last, it was like, I could tell it was going to be too strong of a launch. I was actually expecting it to dead angle, but then it didn't, so... Okay. Oh, dude, okay, wait, I gotta lock in for this. There we are. Successfully did not update anything. Let's go. It's like actually an extra, was it 6? I think I managed to like get rid of one of the prompts somehow yesterday, but it was like, initially I had timed it, it took about 8 extra seconds to load into the game because of all the prompts. Which will certainly add up, but it's fine. Probably. I want to say I can get away with, and I don't know if anyone else can confirm, but I want to say I can get away with updating the system firmware and still... I'm just like worried that if I update to the latest version on the Switch, then they'll like force me to update Breath of the Wild. I don't know if that's actually a thing. But I also don't want to like check or try it myself, because it'd be really annoying if somehow I did like force an update. Yeah, it's Abuse Girl. Hello, Eclipse, Police Guy.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo...
Good evening, Artox. The Japanese version of Creating a Champion has concept art of Link's sister and dad? Wait, for this game? Like the concept art of Breath of the Wild? Interesting. Well, they decided they were not important. We got 0 backstory. Yo, what's up, Blinky? Hello, Marzi.
Link. Link.
Thank you, Nemo.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Right there. Work. There we go, 230. That's fine. That's why Link is a knight, because his dad was also a knight. Right. I feel like I knew that part. I feel like his dad is probably, I don't know, probably pretty cool. Fairly high up. If Link was as important as he is. Let's see, you can update the hardware. Let's see, or I could and still play Choose the King 1.0. Update the hardware and accidentally unpanicked. Okay. That's good to hear. So I might do that. It would probably save me like 2 seconds per attempt, which would add up to quite a lot. Thank you, Corn. Because yeah, if you could still play Tears of the Kingdom 1.0, it's Hey, what's up, Taser? Hello, Namil. Highly nepotism. It did, yeah. I mean, look, the cheat code in Hyrule is you just name your child Link, and then they'll be destined for greatness. Gotta give him a green shirt. Apparently not anymore. Well, hello, poutine enthusiast. Currently trying to get into Breath of the Wild speedrunning because you've played the game so many times. Yo, good luck. Have fun.
Ooh.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask. That was still a 150, surprisingly. Yo, Marzi, thank you for the 10-month resub. when you're staying up late. That makes sense. Yeah. I do stream a little bit on the later end of the day. Always appreciate the lurks. Hey, what's up, Hydro? Hello, Brentus. What's your favorite Divine Beast? I actually like Varudania. Where initially I would have said, oh, Varudania sucks. I hated that. Nowadays, like after I started speedrun, that didn't work. Yeah, after I started speedrunning, it was like, oh snap, this is actually kind of cool. Yeah, this should be fine. I just need to eat one, I think. Two. Sure. Yeah, apparently. Well, you know, when you make your username Mrs. Poutine, I guess that would make some sense. Dude, that was a 57. I don't know. I don't know that it's, you know, placebo or not, but I've been getting some good slides so far. Yo, it's a British skitty. Welcome in. Well, thank you for the good luck. Hello, Toast. Does it matter if it's placebo if it works? It doesn't, right? That's the magical thing. Dude, it'd be hilarious if somehow I managed to actually like handicap myself again with loads. Is that gonna work? Yeah. Whoa, Noman. Noman, why are we? Using my old username. Sorry, who's player underscore 5 underscore? They must be like a noob. Having underscores in their name. Like what? He couldn't get Twitch partner to get the real player 5 username. That should work. Dude, that was a 106 with a missed ESC? Not bad. How's the run going? This one is going poorly, but it's fine. How do speedrunners not get bored doing the same thing over and over? I mean, I think the loop of speedrunning is pretty addictive, right? Because like every time you do it, you're like improving, getting more and more practice, and overall just the process of getting better and better at the same thing until you finally hit that PB. And then like the payoff for the PB is really satisfying. I will say it's like not for everyone, right? There are definitely a lot of people out there who will get bored after some number of repetitions, but you know, if your brain is wired correctly, well, maybe not correctly, but if it's wired a certain way, then you know you'll enjoy it. He was a big one too. Yeah, a big noob. At least player _5_ wasn't a purple noob. How about that? Yeah, it's a billion. Ow. How does gambling not get boring and it's the same thing over and over? You know, there's some similarities. No, but it's like better than gambling because like it's a lot of it is skill based. Hey, what's up? Good scatter. You really good luck, Caleb. Do I play/watch any sports? No. Comparing speedrunning video games to gambling. Well, you know, there are definitely some aspects of speedrunning which rely on lots and lots of luck. But wait. Ooh, 109, not bad. Okay. So sports are for nerds. Yeah, sure. That's how that one works. Yeah, 155's good enough. Just enough. That's too high, yeah. Well. Well. Let's try that one again. Right here. well. This has not gone terribly according to plan, but... I may have to do some practice on that out of bounds midair again. If this doesn't work, that's fine. I'll just reload and practice. What's up, Adrian? What's the most fun portion of Breath of the Wild 90%? I would say Castle. Yeah. It's gotta be Castle, right? I mean, I like Calamity as well, but I feel like the nice thing about Castle is that it's the longest, like, it's the longest section of the run without big interruptions. Like, there are some loads, like the castle cutscene playing, but I feel like there's less downtime than other parts of the run. Yeah, there's just a lot of variety. Like, you've got, manipulating enemy behavior as you're running around. You got wind bombs, the DLS as you start, stuff like that. It just feels like you have more to do. Kind of clutched that one. Okay. Those are kinds of tea, right? It just reminds me of Scott Pilgrim versus the World. I think they had like a tea called Liver Disaster. I should rewatch that film. It's a good one. Okay, what was that compared to PB +3? And I certainly made mistakes. Oh, I was watching Moist the other day, and he did the flurry rush there on middle claw after walking like up a little bit. I wonder if I should try and practice that. It's such a small difference, but I think it helps. Okay, I completely missed one of those shots. No. Okay, that's fine. Uh, it is kind of funny. I almost clutched up. Let's see, you still hit the same damage cap, or did it phase with a higher amount of HP? Oh, okay, so that's the interesting thing. You can deal extra damage depending on like how you distribute the damage in phase one. So here's the example, I guess, that like makes sense in the context of the run. We have 10 bomb arrows. We optimally shoot all 10 of them before the laser parry. And in the case where you get 10 headshots with the bomb arrows, that's optimal because you deal the most damage. And in both cases, like if you hit 10 bomb arrow headshots compared to if you hit, 8 bomb arrow headshots and 2 body shots, you will end up doing the same number of hits. You just get extra damage if you hit all of the headshots. So that's why it's optimal to get more headshots so that when you do phase 2, you don't have to deal as much damage. And so it's just a little bit faster
Quella è
for
una
like the
tavoletta
stun lock.
scelta. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
So yeah, it's pretty cool. Optimal calamity stuff is, I think, really neat. And it's like one of the most satisfying parts of the run. But yeah, as long as you get enough damage, then it should be the same exact phase 1. In terms of, yeah, the number of hits you have to do. So I think you can miss at most 3 bomb arrow headshots, assuming you still hit calamity, right? Because if you completely miss one of the arrows, then that doesn't just lose you 1 bomb arrow's worth of damage. It loses you 2. Well, actually, it loses you 2 bomb arrows worth of damage. So yeah, it's like there is some amount of lenience, but not that much.
Link,
So yeah, you can miss like, I think,
Link.
3 headshots and still be fine. But then
Dirigiti al luogo
in phase
segnato
2,
sulla
it'll take a
mappa
little
della
bit
tua
longer.
tavoletta
So
scelta.
even though, phase 1 will still end in the same way, taking the same amount of time, it will then bleed into phase 2 and you'll lose a couple seconds probably. It's a MZU. That. Fine. No. That's pretty far left. I almost made a mistake there. At least for today, I need to lock in on that. I don't want to accidentally update it. Dude, that would be so... that would be not actually that funny. But can you imagine after like, what, 3 weeks or something, I finally get my OLED back so that I can do runs with the optimal conditions, and then I immediately update it. Oh, that would be awful. I would actually have to go and homebrew this OLED, like install a mod chip. Because if you update the game, there's no easy way to uninstall the update. That also gets you like 1.6 digital. So it would be really bad if I did that. Yeah, thank you, Glitch. Are you doing?
Svegliati.
Oh yeah, TP with the new like million-year time save. Yeah, of course. You can still transfer the update via Switch with 1.6.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
Right, but you would need to have the
Ti
digital
guiderà
version of the
dopo il
game,
risveglio dal tuo
which because the digital version you're downloading from Nintendo, they will only, I think, allow you to download the latest version. And because digital is faster than physical, that's where the pain comes from. Yeah, it's a little rough. Basically, at this point, if you don't have access to 1.6 digital, then your only option to get the fastest loadout is to homebrew a Switch. So, you know, the accessibility of speedrunning Breath of the Wild has gone down quite a bit. It used to be, like, kind of nice, because
Link.
you just need a Switch, for the most part.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua
They just
tavoletta
had to
sceicca.
update it, man. What are you gonna do on your YouTube channel if you get the world record? I will post the world record, and then do more Breath of the Wild speedrunning, probably. Well, let's see. Wait. Okay, lock in. Boom. Start software, this. Start software. Start software. There we go. But yeah, the like next, yeah. So like the next thing I would plan on doing once I'm happy with the run I have in Breath of the Wild 90% is switching to the 3D Zelda any percent challenge, which is where I would learn to speedrun all of the 3D Zelda games, that being like Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword, Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom. I would learn all of the speedruns, and then the goal would be to do them all in a row, like all in one sitting, and try to do that as fast as possible. There's actually like a leaderboard on speedrun.com for that category, because, you know, a bunch of people have wanted to do that in the past.
Svegliati.
So I'd be learning all the different speedruns for that. But yeah, like if I got world record right now, it's like there's also a Breath of the Wild any percent tournament that's gonna happen next month. So
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
I don't know, we'll see. But you gotta take it one step at a time. I don't know how long it'll take me to get a run I'm happy with. We'll see. Can't play Breath of the Wild because the Switch's storage sucks, and you have Tears of the Kingdom installed. Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. Apparently the OLED has enough. Like, the OLED has, I think, extra system memory or something. So you can actually store Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom on the same Switch without an SD card. Don't know how to explain homebrew concisely. It's kind of like jailbreaking a phone, right? Essentially, you can install your own custom firmware onto the system. That way, you're able to download different apps and like control what you have downloaded on the Switch. So you can still play Switch games, right? But you're able to do a lot more stuff. It gives you just more control.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
So you can have like mods and stuff if you want. Other applications that people have made for doing useful things like restoring saves, stuff like that. So in my case, you know, I use Homebrew to make sure I have the right version of the game installed, since normally the Switch does not allow you to revert your version. But with custom firmware, you can just remove the update data. So it's quite convenient. And then, yeah, basically I use it for convenient like backup saves. And that's basically it, right? Hello, Minecraft. Thank you for the good luck. Homebrew is where you get a big pot in your house and put veggies and make soup. I feel like homebrew, I would think of making like your own coffee at home. Kids booting up their computer. I'm sorry. Adults also boot up their computers and say hello Minecraft. You're talking about the most popular video game of all time. Yo, I'm fine, Berg. Oh god, what a clip. Yo, it's up Solo. Homebrew immediately puts your mind to beer. That actually also makes a lot of sense. Hello, Pheasant. What up, Malfunctional?
Ooh.
Dunkin' or Starbucks? Neither. I don't really drink coffee, other than the coffee my brother makes in the morning. Morning is not the right... That's just like normally what you would say, right? The words kind of... Okay, we'll grab... When you're talking about coffee, you would normally say it in the morning, but for me, that's not the morning. Yeah, he makes it probably around like 2 p.m. And then I'll have some because he puts good tasting stuff in it. So I have no idea if like Starbucks coffee is actually good or not. Oh, you don't have Duncan? Wait, but America runs on Duncan or something. Whatever their whatchamacallit is. That being said, I've been to a Duncan, but I didn't get anything. What's your favorite non-Zelda game? Probably maybe Elden Ring. What? What? Come on. Huh? I did not die. This should not have killed me. Not only did it kill me, it sent me to the, like, Shadow Realm. I'm literally clipped into the staircase. Okay, well, whatever. Wait, what is that? Why do I have... Wait. I must have accidentally taken this screenshot. No, is this? Oh, this must have been my friend. Accidentally took a screenshot, is my guess. Interesting, playing Dry Bones on whatever cart. Really makes you think. Yeah, I think I played Metal Mario or something, and then started playing Link. Dude, what clips do I even have here? Oh, dude, this one's funny, I think. You go here. Dude, what is wrong with him? I'm facing this direction, right? And then I pull out the weapon to throw him, and then somehow he's now facing like way far right. Ugh. Oh, is this the one where I end up shooting the... I think I end up shooting... Yeah, right here. I'm just that, like, good. Let's see, what is this? Oh, but yeah, favorite non-Zelda game. Oh, this was where... No. What? Why did I save that? I think I saved it just because of the snapback. I don't know. Another clip of it? Was I just like timing something? Or did I speed cap? Oh, I speed capped. Okay, that makes sense. Well then, was this also a speed cap? Where are we? No. This one was just snapback. Yeah, whatever. Okay. That's fine. But yeah, my favorite non-Zelda game is probably... Is it Elden Ring? See, the problem is, at this point, if I ever say that, I might get hit with the, like, oh, but you didn't play the DLC. As if I didn't put a lot of time into my casual playthrough. But yeah, Elden Ring's pretty good. Otherwise, there's like Mario Odyssey or yeah. Dude, I went with a strength build. I was Unga Boonga, Colossal Blade, a Jump Slash. I had fun. Oh yeah, so yesterday, the reason there was no stream was because I was picking up the OLED. So right now I'm actually using a different switch than usual. This is the OLED that I bought last year with the idea that while using an OLED, you know, it might have faster loading times than the other Switch I was using before that, because the other Switch was like an older Switch. So maybe the OLED, which is not supposed to necessarily have like better hardware or like, you know, better performance based on the specs, it could still make a difference given that it's newer hardware, right? So my other Switches are like super old, right? I think one of them's maybe 7 years old. The other was like 9 years old. So I've been running on the like 9-year-old Switch because that's the one that I have the right version of Breath of the Wild on. But I also had, you know, bought this OLED a year ago for this purpose, and so it has the right version of Breath of the Wild on it. I just needed to get it because I let my friend borrow it. So in this case, yeah, I was supposed to go get it like probably around a month ago. When I started running 90%, I was like, okay, well, I should probably get the OLED. But in my head, I was like, well, I don't think it actually makes the difference that I initially thought it would. But that was also not factoring in the fact that I was doing my runs on the V2 instead of the homebrewed Switch. So I think it would, in this case, have a... It'd be like more likely that it makes a difference. Because if I was using my V2 Switch, then, you know, at least it's not a launch Switch, right? But yeah, I just never bothered because wait, it's like a probably a 3-hour endeavor just to go visit. But it was a good time. I mean, like yesterday, yeah, basically I was hanging out with my friends. We got pho. That was pretty good. Oh my god, dude, that's a ooh. Okay. 226 entry. There was no world loads. Now I'm like maybe a little bit of a not conspiracy theorist. Do I believe in? Am I superstitious? And the answer is generally no. But I've been getting some good slides today. So yeah. Anyway, the whole point of yesterday was to go and finally get my OLED back. So maybe this makes my runs faster. Maybe it doesn't. We'll have to find out. So far, I don't know. It seems like it might be working. In theory, OLED and V1 should be the same. There can always be obscure little differences. Yeah. Like, in theory, this shouldn't matter. But in practice, it might. And there's also, like, just with how old my other Switch is, you know, having a newer console might also have an impact. So, yeah, just having the OLED is a guarantee that this is gonna be as good as I can get. Do you have a speedrunning tutorial video? Not really. There are other speedrunning tutorials out there that I would point you to if you want to try and learn. Like, technically I've made videos, but I don't think they're very good for beginners, necessarily, in terms of learning the basics. Ow. Yeah, ow. That's fine. Hollow Knight / Silksong for you. That's, I think that's 2 people. Yeah, those are good games. For me, I would say it's definitely either Elden Ring or Odyssey. I could also give a shout to, like, I don't know, maybe like, at this point, I don't think FF9 deserves to be number 2 or behind Zelda games. I don't think it's actually high enough up on the list, even though I did really enjoy it back in the day. Otherwise, like Pokemon. Dude, I wonder if no, it happened again. That's like almost the same. Oh yeah, like Tears of the Kingdom Melee Odyssey. I wonder how I would rate like Smash, because it's the game I've played. Okay, at this point, I've probably played Breath of the Wild the most, and then after that, I would guess Smash. Did I play Smash 4 or Smash Ultimate more? I have no idea. But like, would I put it as like, you know, in my top 5 games? It just feels like, it feels so different, I guess, as an experience. Like playing a single player video game versus playing PvP. Like it probably should be up there. It's just I don't know how I would rate it. And the experiences are so varied because you're playing against actual people. But I don't know. Cuz like I feel like playing Smash 4 online with my brother or brothers, like that was really fun. But yeah, I don't know. My like brain never thinks to put any of the Smash games in like my top video games, even though it probably should be. And then there's also like Smash 4 or Smash Ultimate. Cuz like Smash 4 I probably like that's where I started, you know, playing a lot. Like I played Smash 64 a ton as well,
Quella è
but
una tavoletta Sheikah. Ti
when
guiderà
Smash
dopo il
4 came out,
risveglio dal tuo
you know, I wasn't allowed to play Brawl. I wasn't allowed to play Melee. We didn't even have Melee. But those two games were like rated teen, so I was not allowed to play them. And then Smash 4 came out, and by then I think I was probably a teen, but you know, I was also able to just play it because it wasn't rated teen. And so I ended up playing that one a lot. I don't know. I feel like Smash 4 is so jank, and Ultimate feels less jank most of the time. But is the jank necessarily a bad thing? I don't know, it's still like a fun time. I feel like there was more maybe tech that I kind of learned in Smash 4 compared to Ultimate. Like, my Smash Corner videos were so good. I loved watching them. And then Ultimate came out and it kind of stopped.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta Sheikah.
And then, like, nowadays, you know, Smash is basically not. I never play that anymore. But when Smash 6 comes out, maybe I'll give it a shot. Smash 4 rage mechanics. Yeah. The thing is, I don't know. There's also like, dude, the perfect pivots felt cool. Even though I wasn't really that good at them. Like, I could perfect pivot, but I think trying to perfect pivot and have it actually do anything, that's where I don't think I really succeeded. But it was still like, it was still fun. And there's like foxtrotting in that game that I never got super smooth at. Like, I could kind of do it, but yeah, actually trying to incorporate that into my movement did not work super well. But the other thing, I guess, would be like, dude, footstool combos. Those are so sick. Because you couldn't tech a footstool, right? And so you could get these guaranteed jab blocks. So I would watch. Oh wait, no. What was his name? Oh, there was this one. Was it Tesla Scarfelt or something? There was some Fox player who I would watch their videos on like on these crazy like footstool combos. I was like, man, I really want to learn how to play Fox because of this. Fox also was really stupid because you could 0 to death somebody by getting like the auto cancel dare into footstool or into fair drag down footstool, and that would kill characters at like 0. Dude, there was so much cheese, but it was fun. Even if it was stupid, it was still like, it was a good time. So I would try and spam that against people online. should look that up. I think it was Tesla Scarfelt, but I could be wrong. It's something similar to that, at least. But yeah, I think I like learned how to do them on like a CP, and just never got to the point where I could consistently do it against actual humans. But honestly, a lot of the fun was the labbing, I guess. Then there was also like Captain Falcon as well. Like Captain Falcon nowadays in Ultimate feels weird. I mean, I've gotten used to Captain Falcon, and like I was still pretty good with the character, but I definitely feel like in Ultimate they made Falcon move weirdly. Dude, the dash grabs. Yeah, it's like, is it weird that I feel like I probably enjoyed Smash 4 more than Ultimate? Even though Ultimate's like, you know, it's a better competitive game, I think. Right, and it didn't have Bea, or it doesn't have Bea. I guess now it has like lights and stuff. But... Okay, 57. Nice, 111. I actually need to go and look up Tesla Scarfelt. That would be so much nostalgia, I think. Yeah, the dash grab, the pivot grabs, you could run through people and then pivot grab them. T10. Yo, what's up, K? Hello, Razier. Dude, Melee Falco looks really fun, but I'd have to like actually get good. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Bummer. That's also not gonna work. Double bummer. That barely worked. Almost a triple bummer. On a run that could have PB'd. Okay, can I just say, I'm pretty sure the OLED is doing something. Oh wait, I actually messed up anyway. Oh, whatever. Because I swear it's actually doing something. Used to watch Leo. Yeah, Leo kind of the goat. Not the hardest character to get into at a low level. Yeah, I played Marth in Melee, the like little bit that I've actually played. I don't know. I figured Marth was like easier tech-wise than the Spaceys, and then you know I also play Swordies in the other games, so it felt like a good match. Dude, Smash 4 Marth, it's really funny. Oh man, Leia. Smash 4 Leo at the end. You're putting Marth on the map. Those were good times. And then early Ultimate was also pretty good. Oh, dude, a Captain Falcon just won, I think, an A tier. Karage. Beat Ouch in grand finals of, I don't remember what the tournament was, but it was in Japan. Which I think is probably the first time Captain Falcon has won a major. Yeah, in Ultimate. Kind of crazy. Early Ultimate, you were cooking or rocking Lucina and K. Rool. I was playing what? Lucina and Captain Falcon, I think. Well, actually, super early Ultimate, I was playing Corrin. Because, like, I mained Corrin in Smash 4. Or rather, my best character in Smash 4 was Corrin. I probably played more Falcon, but then, you know, Ultimate came out, and I was like, well, Corrin's, like, unchanged, I think. It felt like, compared to other characters, Corrin really felt similar, but with, like, slightly toned down attacks. Like, you know, up air's not killing at ridiculous percents anymore. But overall felt like pretty similar gameplay wise. And then I realized I actually will instead play Lucina. So I still have a broken basic sortie. Okay, 132. Oh yeah, Corrin in Smash 4 is really, really good. I mean, what, by the end, I feel like Cosmos was popping off. There's this one clip from, I forget what tournament, but it was Fatality getting the jab lock combo with Falcon on, I think, Ryuga's Corrin. It was like the full thing. It was too satisfying. Got the, like, 0 to death, I think. No way, both things are loaded. Hold up. Cooking. Okay, there's no way that works, right? Ooh. Unless... I'm glad you agree. Yeah, I feel the same way. Like Smash 4, I think Smash Ultimate was also pretty fun, but it's different, you know? People actually thought Ganon was gonna be good competitively. Yeah, like early meta is a fun time for sure. Remember when people were like, yeah, Inkling is the future. There was like, what, people thought Inkling was gonna be top tier, and then there was like Simon and Richter was also one of those, like, yeah, this is gonna be like super broken, and there's only been like one or two people to have played them in the last like 2 or 3 years. Yo, it's Oblivion. This run was actually surprisingly good. I swear the OLED is doing something. Although that Blades was definitely my fault. Dude, Sephiroth being like Pikachu weight actually makes no sense. We got a crit claymore. I missed like a million headshots there. Okay, I I saw that I got the 2 hits, and then I think my jump, I must have just, like, missed the button. Because I was thinking in my head, like, "Okay, now jump." Whatever. What just happened, so basically, when you've stunned Calamity, right? After you deal a certain amount of damage, when Calamity's in that stunned state, it will start to get up, right? So there's a damage threshold before Calamity will start moving again. And so in order to be able to spin for the right amount of time to get the stun lock to continue, because we only have one wheel of stamina, if we just started spinning immediately, we would run out of stamina before Link is able to like slam the ground and continue the stun lock. And so instead, you do 2 hits with the Edge of Duality, which is enough to put Calamity 1 hit away from starting to get up. And so when you start the spin, that first hit will cause Calamity to start to get up again, which means that you can then slam and continue the stun lock. If you get 3 hits, so right there, I like did a running dash attack. I hit Calamity twice with the first hit, or with the first swing. And then I did the second swing because, you know, you don't always get the double hit on the first slash. And so if you do that second swing and it deals a 3rd hit of damage, Calamity will instantly start getting up. So I wouldn't have time to then do the spin and continue the stun lock. So I I was supposed to jump to cancel that second slash, and I did not. But that's fine. I mean, it wasn't gonna be that good of a run anyway. Like, it was good, for sure, but it wasn't anything special. After the blights kind of stank a little bit. I thought about it. I was like, oh, we got the double hit. Let's jump. And then nothing. When will they let you control the video game with your mind? Don't people do that? Isn't there technology? Yeah, it's probably not quite good enough for most people these days, but I feel like there's a gimmick out there. You know who found the stun lock? I don't. Because the stun lock, I have no idea when that was discovered. It's just always been a thing. As far as I know. I'd have to ask somebody with more knowledge of Breath of Wild history. Alright, see ya, Attic Ninja. Thank you for the good luck. What up, Timo? Ow. Let's see, I gotta... I'll figure this out. Snooze it.
Svegliati. Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo...
Not really. I don't think I've ever watched the Winter Olympics. But, you know, I've watched, like, some of the Summer Olympic stuff, but only... I don't, like, go out of my way to watch it, I guess. Ever? I mean... The Winter Olympics is a weird concept, because, like, it doesn't snow. So where are they getting all this ice and snow to, like, do all the winter sports? The Summer Olympics, though, dude, I watched, what was the guy's name? Is it, like, William Edwards? Actually, I should check.
Link.
I watched that guy's, like, triple jump world record
Dirigiti al luogo
so many
segnato
times.
sulla
Because
mappa della tua tavoletta
in middle
sceicca.
school, I started doing track, right? And I was like, I ended up doing the jumps and sprints. Because I was, like, pretty good at sprinting, but, you know, not, like, I would say nothing to write home about. And then in the jumps, they were, like, not as competitive, I think. So, because fewer people were doing it, I was able to make, like, the... I think it was, like, top... I don't remember what place I got, now that I think about it. But essentially, I was able to place, like, top 3, maybe, in the league finals of middle school, like, triple jump. Because I was, like, you know, pretty fast, and then not that many people did jumps. So even though there were some tall people who, like, smoked me, it was fine. And so I was like, okay, well, maybe I'm actually decent at triple jump. Let me look into it more. And so, like, I watched that guy's triple jump world record, and my goodness, they're, like, actually, they, like, fly. That's crazy. They made the triple jump from SM64 a thing, yeah. Except somehow you don't go all that much more vertical on the jumps. I don't know, the jumps were fun. I think it was weird though, because, like, starting high school, I ended up focusing a lot more on sprints, because it felt like I could only really do one of the two. That, like, if I did both, then I would be worse at both. Which is true, right? Like, you know, we had a coach for the sprinting team, and the coach would show up every day, right? Where for jumps, it was like, we technically had a coach, but they, like, only showed up a few times. So most of the time it was, like, kind of just the people on the jumps team, like, figuring it out on their own. And so I was like, okay, well, because there's like an actual coach for sprints and, you know, a lot more people doing it, I'm just gonna do all of the sprints workouts. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of wish I did more jumps in high school. It was a fun time. Yo, it's a bottom. That's not great. Not ideal. Okay, that's fine. Is this run pure skill or is there some RNG? Well, you just saw the biggest RNG portion of the run. Yeah, we scan amiibos, so those are all completely random. You're not reading YouTube chat. No, I'm reading it, but I'm reading both chats. And there's not necessarily always stuff that I'll respond to. I'll say the are you learning French words since you start speedrunning? I mean that's a comment that has been made many times before. So it's like I could respond to it, but there were other things that I was responding to at the same time. And yeah, it's just something that I've responded to probably. Would it be an exaggeration to say I've responded to that question like 1,000 times in my life? I mean, it's been like 4 years of streaming, probably 5 years, maybe. So, you know, I don't always respond to things that are pretty common. Oh, hello, Mumu. Yeah, the shock arrows, they're not useful in that we get 5 arrows guaranteed that like don't have a text box and wouldn't require you to like swap arrows. So even if you got the like 5 shock arrows, you would still pick up the normal arrows later because it would be faster than having to swap in the quick menu. Not by a lot, but like you don't lose any time picking up the normal arrows. Hey, what's up, Elias? Yeah, so this run is not like pure skill, but I would say it's a pretty
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
I think it's like a very skill-based run, right? Like most of it's not RNG, but as you get better and better, the RNG elements will end up making a bigger difference. So let's take the amiibo scans for instance, right? Those are purely RNG, but on average, you're gonna get whatever materials you need within 3 scans, right? So I would say you could lose maybe like 5 seconds on average, compared to like an optimal first try scan, which for most people, is not that big of a difference. When you're going for world record, though, you know, losing 5 seconds is a bigger deal. But it's not really that, like, the majority of the run is random. Like, most of it is still skill. It's just, yeah, the higher the level of optimization, the more those random elements actually, like, matter. So yeah, I would say, like, Breath of the Wild's pretty good, but at the top level, it's pretty annoying. But you can say that about, like, any game, I guess. Or most games, at least. Like, even take, I don't know. Oh, I have speed. If you take, like, Super Mario 64, right? I don't think there's a lot of RNG. The RNG all comes from, like, coins. But you'll see, like, top runners get pretty annoyed by the RNG. Just because, like, yeah. Eventually it gets to a point where that kind of stuff matters. Oh yeah, I saw. I think it was Master Sword Unrestricted on the Switch 2 edition. I haven't watched the run or anything, but it's nice to see him doing more runs. I don't know. I guess that would be what? Normal mode. You would do.
Svegliati.
I might take a look because I'm curious about the, like, plateau route and how you get to Korok Forest.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
Because presumably you're doing BTBs? Yeah, I wonder. Because off plateau, I think the pre-BLSS route to get to Korok Forest was like you do 2 BTBs and then a whip bomb. Because the 1 BTB from the Temple of Time was not enough to make it all the way to the forest. So you would, like, stop at a different moblin and then BTB off of that moblin. But if you're gonna do the second BTB, then you need ice arrows. Which, I mean, you can get after, like, mag BTB. Yeah, what a likable stream this is, isn't it?
Link.
Yeah, the
Dirigiti
bog
al
chest
luogo
has ice
segnato
arrows,
sulla
so you
mappa
probably
della
just
tua
grab them
tavoletta
there.
sceicca.
I wonder how the difference between, like, essentially you have to run from the bog chest to to the shrine, so it's a little bit slower, but presumably that second BTB saves enough time to make up for that. But I honestly never bothered to, like, I only did, like, a couple of runs with that route, to be fair. But yeah, I wonder how it compares to just doing wind bombs to make it to Korok Forest. Because I could see it actually not being that big of a difference. Boggers. You now know the bog has a crack on its shore. Yep. There are 2 Koroks around there. There's the one under the rock sculpture, and then the one in the tree stump. There are 2. Whee. Yeah. Go. Yo, what's up, Tony? Well, that would have been difficult to actually get. Oh, whatever. Not to mention... It doesn't really matter. Yeah, this time we got fire arrows. Yo, what's up, Ashmichta? Thank you for the good luck. So that chest, I'm always scanning Toon Link. So it has a chance to give me, I think, any of the like elemental arrow types. But it could also be like a sword. Or something similar. Or it could be, oh, I guess I survived that one. Yeah, it could be like a sword, it could be a boomerang, I think. It could be... like clothing. The, Toon Link's tunic. Oh, the tunic. Get it? Well, I do have one real amiibo, but I scan using an amiibo emulator. So, right there, I didn't scan like 3 different Toon Links. I have one device that lets me scan infinite. No. It's like, it's so obvious, man. It's actually making a difference. That was a 56 at the tree. I swear. It's like deja vu. I need to not keep doing this. It's their fault, to be honest. I mean, okay, it's partially my fault. I could have gotten this back at any time. Like, what's funny is I went and visited my friend back in like December, before leaving for Zeldathon, and I think he had said like, oh yeah, I don't really use the Switch anymore, so you can take it back if you want, because I had like looked at it. But at the time, I hadn't decided to run any percent, because I still thought like, okay, I'm probably gonna do the 3D Zelda challenge for like the new year. So I should have just taken it. But yeah, now I'm getting that sense of like, oh man, the training weights are off. I can get a 56 at the tree? That's like unheard of within the last like 3 weeks. That's crazy. This reminded me of, there was the one stream, like the first stream where I had swapped to system memory. For some reason, that was like one of my highest viewed VODs. I didn't have like an interesting thumbnail or anything, but it's like one of the happiest streams I've had, I feel like, because it just felt like everything made sense, you know, in the world. Had a better understanding of everything. It's like, wait, I am pretty good. I've been holding myself back. No onions on a quarter pounder is the correct call because it uses the slivered onions. The shredded ones are fine, but the slivered ones are the devil. Interesting. I don't have that opinion, I don't think. Hey, what's up, Fletch? Welcome in. You show us your card? Well, I don't use cards. Also, what's up, S'mores?
Ooh.
I'm using what's called an all amiibo. So this device emulates amiibos, and then I just scan it over and over. It can randomize the ID of the amiibo I'm scanning. From r/onion hate. Of course that's a subreddit. My favorite Zelda game is Breath of the Wild. You ever run? No, I haven't run Champion Percent. If not, you should. It's dope. I don't think I have any plans to run it. It's honestly, like, it's had some interesting developments. Because I think Champion Percent... No, that's not the one. Champion Percent is... You have to, like, get a memory to get the Champion's Tunic. I was thinking of maxed Champion's Tunic, but I haven't run either. Because I think Max Champion's Tunic actually had some interesting, like, route changes. Oi. Like, back in the day, because you had to, like, fully upgrade. Really? Link. Can you not fool around, please? What was that? He ran the opposite direction. How did he do that? Wait, I'm like actually confused. He ran the opposite direction. That must have been like some snapback. Oh. He's like, yeah, I'm out. Sorry. But I feel like snapback shouldn't be able to turn you around that quickly. Like, wouldn't it give you the, whatever. Yeah, what is Champion Percent? I think it's getting all of the items for, because you need the Hylian trousers, the Champion's Tunic, and then you... I don't remember. Tunic, Master Sword, Hylian Shield, Trousers. Okay, right. Yeah, you need all of the things that Link had. All of his equipment. Is this the run, or he's gonna fumble it like Blue SR? Dang. That's kind of rude. No, this is not the run. Here, I'll change the comparison. We're 30 seconds behind TV. I like tangentially know of Blue. I think they've chatted in my stream before. Hollow Knight speedrunning is pretty cool. Same with Silk Song.
Di Gun è pervaso da un rancore
Hey,
maligno.
what's up, TT?
In questo stato è invulnerabile a qualsiasi attacco. Tenterò di contrastare questo rancore maligno, ma non resisterò. Tu colpisci dove brilla. Buona fortuna, Link.
For the good luck, DWM and David. Holy David. Thank you for the 38 month resub. Hate that. Wait, you get access to some new emotes. What even are the P5W, I think? Is P5 Copium? Do you guys remember this emote? It's a fun one. I think there's also a Mareep in Tier 3. But yeah, thanks for the GGs as well. It's an artifact. Okay, I was thinking about this the other day, talking with my brother about it. We looked at it, and I've done roughly half of the emotes, right? Like, I thought by this point it would have been a lot more skewed towards my brother doing most of the, like, final edits and, like, drawing most of them, but no, I've actually done, like, about half. But yeah, it brought up the fact that there used to be, like, is P5 Rage, I think? If you guys remember what that one was. Is the Barbarian link. But now we have a seething, which is top tier. I feel like Song used to use that one. He'd be like the only person to use it. Was the best time I've gotten in the 16 days I've been streaming attempts. So technically I've been streaming any percent attempts for longer than 16 days. It's just, I think I started the counter at, like, well, okay, I started the counter because it was like, okay, well, I think day counters are fun because it gives people an insight into, like, how long it takes. And it's something to, like, get invested in, I guess. But yeah, I, like, started running any percent again maybe a full month ago.
Quella è una tavoletta shaker.
And the best time I've gotten since starting again was 2304. But that was, like, a little bit before the day counter started. Since the day counter, I don't know what my best time has been. Because it feels like I got worse once I started counting the days. And I think partially that's just because, like, I don't know, I wasn't seeing improvements in my times or my, like, consistency. And so I was, like, less motivated, I guess, to really try and grind. But I could see, like, today even getting a really, really good run. I've probably gotten, like, a 23... I know I've gotten a 23-23. And I feel like I may have gotten better than that in the last 16 days, but I'd have to go back and look. Yeah, I think the counter's fun. We used to have the 23 counter, but I feel like it doesn't really make as much sense. Since now we have a 22. I mean, technically, like, you could do a 22 counter, but that would be at 1.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato
And then
sulla
it would
mappa
like
della
barely
tua
ever
tavoletta
update.
scelta.
Anyone here interested in the new Tomodachi Life game? I think there are a few people in the chat box. I'm like not super interested in it, but you know, I think it looks pretty good from what I've seen so far. Just not really the type of game I have played in the past. Not to say like I shouldn't then play it, but I'm probably just not going to. When the 23 counter turned into the 22 counter, that I feel like was cinema. Quite nicely, actually. So there's a category called bug limit where you're not allowed to use most glitches. There's like a couple that are allowed, but they aren't very useful, I guess. So it's not like fully glitchless, but it's the closest thing we have, I guess. And the world record for that is a 34, like 30-ish. By yours truly. Is the OLED feeling better? It is, yeah. Please. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I was gonna practice the thing. I should do that. After this attempt, I should definitely try and... do some more, do 202, that's kind of slow. More out of bounds castle stuff. Yo, what's up, Snack and Shield? Without glitch and 100% is like 3 hours. Wait, what do you mean? A 100% speedrun of Breath of the Wild with glitches takes 14 hours. Without glitches, it takes about 26 hours. Probably a misunderstanding. I was gonna wait. Okay, we gotta. After this reset, surely I'll remember to reload the the save instead of just resetting. Is A plus B faster than just B for dialogue? No, I don't think so. I think just B is faster. Well, I don't know if it's faster, but I don't think pressing A does anything. When you're mashing. The only thing you need A for is when you need to select a dialogue option. Is it down patch? Yeah, that's the one. Oh, yeah. So if I ever update on this Switch, I would have to go and
Svegliati.
install a mud chip onto my OLED.
Svegliati.
If I do believe that the OLED has faster load times. But yeah, if you just want a version 1.6
Quella è una tavoletta a scegliere.
Switch, then you don't necessarily have to do that.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
But for me specifically, like, if I were to update this thing, it would be a pain. If Hundo ever sub 14, you'd be surprised. We're like... Okay, so my PB is what, a 14, 15, 19? I failed Letter Quest, which loses, like, I think a minimum of 4 minutes. Based on where I failed it. And then, yeah, I was thinking, like, I might go for a 1409 before stopping, but I kind of hit the end of the year a little bit. Like, with not enough time to fully do an EX grind before stopping doing Hundo. So we're like under 10 minutes, I would say, away from getting there. I don't think it's like that ridiculous to think it would happen, even with the route we have right now. It'll be interesting though.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo
Because
segnato sulla
Huiwen
mappa
has
della tua
mentioned
tavoletta
he
scegliere.
thinks the Switch 2 edition might be faster for Hundo, based on not just like load screens, but also dialogue going by faster on the Switch 2 edition. So, yeah, I don't think that much effort has gone into... Wait. I'm doing it. I'm reloading. Oh, this. Here we go. Your mod chip is still sitting in your desk drawer. Yeah, I wonder if at some point in the future I'll have to get my thing mod chipped. Yeah, good luck. Oh, 1447 is the Switch 1 world record. If you look, there's a different category, or there's like a tab for Switch 2, So you can switch to the faster one. On the Switch 2, I have a 1415. So it's like 30 minutes faster. Wait for this the Switch 3. They'll announce it for Zelda's 40th anniversary. Be like, okay, we made Breath of the Wild again. Except this time it loads instantly. And BLSS is back. I wonder, yeah, if you added BLSS back to like Hundo on Switch 2, would it then be like, how much time does that save? It's probably enough, right? Because I think just Letter Quest would be pretty big. And it would be a lot more, because it would be like, you know, early game stuff as well. That would definitely be enough, I think, to get sub 14. I feel like I should redo this setup. It's fine though. TP port. It'd be really dumb if they didn't at the very least announce the like GameCube like virtual console version for TP. But I don't know. It'd be nice if they did like, yeah, that was really done. It'd be nice if they ported over the like HD remakes, but I don't know. Oh yeah, that's one of the easy ones to go through then. We got it a month after launch. Yo, what up, Lux? Any runs? Not really, but I'm like feeling good. Because I've gotten, what, there was a run where I got 0.2 off of my glider gold after having never gotten within like 1 second of my glider gold in the last month. There was a run where I got a 56 climbing the tree, which is like me looking over and seeing a 56, and I'm always like slightly delayed. So, you know, it's probably like a pretty early 56. So it's like, you know, nothing has been PB paced. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. I did have a 53 exiting stasis one of the runs. But, you know, I think I failed Cliff twice after that. So, I don't know. I think the OLED, you know, dare I say, it feels like it's making a difference. Yo, it's a Becca. Hello, Pootsby. What other big first-party games are they missing? Oh, on the like GameCube thing? I don't know. work. Yeah, but only barely. Yo, it's a moonlit. Well, yeah, a TP, but I don't know. Look, I say they remake Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, or the Oracle games. They could remake like Phantom Hourglass, and then yeah, we were talking about this the other day, but they use the mouse controls. Is Sunshine ported? I think. Wait, is it? I want to say it is, but I don't remember. Sunshine is on NSO? Okay. They should add Four Swords Adventure before TP to make people think they're gonna re-release TP HD. I do feel like if they released the HD remakes, that would be good. I mean, like, playing Wind Waker, for instance. Wind Waker SD compared to HD, the experience is quite different. Because, like, HD added so many good quality of life improvements. Where I feel like TPHD also added quality of life improvements, but I want to say it's like less impactful from what I've heard. I mean, I didn't play the original for TP, and I guess I didn't play the original for Wind Waker either. But the Swift Sail is peak.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
TP is also already good enough. That's why it seemed like less of an upgrade. Oh, right. Sunshine is also already like released for the Switch, right? I forgot about that. The 3D All Stars. You're discovering that OG Wind Waker is a bit rough. I'm pretty sure. What was it? Yeah, talking about the like backward camera controls. I think a rec has mentioned the reason he's like weird is because of Wind Waker. That he reverses the horizontal camera in Breath of the Wild. So whenever I am hanging out with him IRL and we play any Breath of the Wild stuff, he immediately goes and changes the camera controls. It's like, please don't do that.
Link.
Why are you ruining
Link.
everyone's experience here?
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
It's got a lot of input lag. Yeah, I've heard the like NSO stuff is not ideal. They just all have a lot of lag. Okay, I'm gonna reset this one. What? This is a giant. Okay, well, we'll just sure. There we are. Is there something faster about stopping your shield surf early? Yeah, so what I'm doing there is if you stop the shield surf early, then you can enter the Zelda cutscene and then input like a jump. So the idea is that you can start the cutscene and then move a little bit during it. So you'll end up in kind of the same spot as if you were to like carry out the shield surf a little bit farther, but because some of that movement came like while the cutscene was going, you'll save like a half a second maybe. Yeah, I don't know like how much that actually matters. I will say it's gotta be like
Svegliati.
half a second at most, but it does seem to be faster. This is a digital version of the game
Quella è una
that
tavoletta
I'm running
shaker.
on. If I played on the
Ti
physical
guiderà
version,
dopo il risveglio
it would
dal
be
tuo lavoro.
slower. Good evening, Mundongo. It's a regular jump, but you have the momentum from the shield surf a little bit. So it's like, yeah, it doesn't move you that much, but it, you know, it's a noticeable amount. We'll take a 46, that's probably fine. Which is why it's like, it's not huge, right? It also feels kind of lenient. So I don't know what the frame window is, because it feels like it's not frame perfect. But it's also like, why are you able to input that jump? I could see it being like frame perfect, right? And then it's like, okay, well, you know, if you jump on the same frame, the cutscene activates. But it feels like it's more lenient than that.
Link.
Because I hit it fairly
Link.
consistently. Just by like
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa
a
della
small bit
tua
of mashing.
tavoletta shaker.
There you go. Yeah, you see like the dot 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 appear, and then Link does the jump. Holy schmoly. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that like mind-boggling? There were 0 world loads. Not a single world load. Yeah, what's up, Tati? Yeah, no more V1 Switch. The V1 is gonna be my practice Switch for sure. Ow. Is that gonna work? Is Hyrule Warriors a Zelda game in your opinion? or clearly not. I feel like there's no argument to say it's not a Zelda game. In the, like, sense that it is literally Zelda IP entirely. It's not like your standard Zelda game. You know, it's kind of like a spin-off. But it is a Zelda game. It's a Dynasty Warriors game. I mean, I would say it's both. I'd say, like, calling it a Warriors game is more of a... It's the style of game, right? And it's made by the people who make the Dynasty Warriors games. But, you know, Dynasty Warriors, is it Koei Tecmo? They don't own all of the IP of the games that they make.
Svegliati.
It's still Zelda IP IMO, but it's a spin-off. Yeah, like, I wouldn't call it, you know, a main Zelda game, but it is Zelda. It is, like, officially Zelda. But I'm also not going to tell you it's, you know, the same kind of game as Breath of the Wild or OOT. Hey, what's up, Kirby Kiki? There's, like, Cadence of Hyrule 2. Is that a Zelda game? I'm not actually super familiar with how Cadence of Hyrule is, like, related. I've never played it. But yeah, I mean, this is all semantics, right? Like, we're arguing over things where it's like, well, some people are assuming one meaning, but there are, like, multiple ways of interpreting it, and so it doesn't really matter.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
I mean, hey, some people argue, like, Breath of the Wild's not a Zelda game, so there are folks of all opinions. Yeah, the argument that it's, or is that it's, like, very different gameplay-wise and design-wise compared to the previous Zelda games. So you're like, yeah, Breath of the Wild's not a real Zelda game. You know, you don't have dungeon progression items, etc. That was actually good. I thought that was gonna be bad. We're fine. Probably the odd one out, but you actually liked Linkle and Hyrule Warriors. I will say, I didn't really play Hyrule Warriors, but I was not a huge fan of the, like, original characters that they added. From what I watched my brothers play. But, also, I don't have that strong of an opinion on it. Because I didn't really play it. Yo, what's up, TK? Breath of the Wild isn't even a real Zelda game. Zelda isn't the main character. Which means, how many of the Zelda games are Zelda games? Is it just echoes? Wand of Gamelon and Zelda's Adventure, which you should play. Who is you? But yeah, I know a lot of people like Linkle as a concept, at least. I remember, I think, didn't Cloud do like some runs with a Linkle mod? They're not like leaderboard viable, submittable runs, but yo, what up, Moist? Thank you for the good luck. Hey, how's it going, Trevor? Let's see. Not ideal. Still a 57. I swear on my. Okay, I was gonna say life, but let's not get hasty. It makes a difference. It really does. Oh, dude, I don't know. I'm like, it is actual deja vu. I feel like the OLED has to be making a difference. Yo, what's up, Section Z? That I'm like getting 57 tree climbs every single time. And there was like a 56 earlier, which is probably like a low 56. Didn't you at some point have a run where you picked up an attack up claymore in the fight? Yeah, that's a 1 in 40 chance. I've gotten in like a couple of PBs. Do. No, okay, we're cooked. Right, I only picked up 4 carps, I think. Alright, 112, that's fine. Hey, what's a bootleg pickle? Crazy wind bomb. Why was that so good? Hey, it's a judge. I would say it is, yeah. Or I feel like I've been getting better slides than before. The better entry times on most things. Is that the best cryo wind bomb ever or what? It's pretty good. It's like technically possible to get a ragdoll cancel,
Ooh.
but not like realistic. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's fine. I forgot about, yeah, I should have swapped. Essentially, after eating, I should have menued back to the shield. I could have kept that one going, but I don't think it makes as much sense. Well, I would have to pick up extra food, which is fine, but not ideal. Yo, what up, Olive? Oh, Piper Slice, thank you for the 3-month resub. OLED Lord, yeah. Bow down to the OLED. That's right. That $380 investment from last year might actually pay off. I don't know. I want to say I didn't notice like a huge difference the last time other than blights, but I'm not sure. I'd have to go back through the VODs and check what my reaction was. Because I feel like the world loads were not that much better.
Quella è una tavoletta shake.
It's exclamation point 380.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Actually, how much does an OLED cost these days? Because like with inflation, it's probably more expensive. Although I wonder, because if let's see, if it was 380, but like the Switch 2 is 450, is it for just the Switch? Then you would just buy a Switch 2, right?
Link.
Breath of the Wild speedruns are not allowed to be on emulator, so this is a real Switch.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta shake.
You see 270 refurbished at GameStop. Probably go in, hand them my OLED, and they'll give me like, I don't know, a couple of sodas. A firm handshake. I don't think we've ever really like turned in games. Because I think we like to collect, I guess. Is the cutscene jump a new strat? Yeah. I started doing it maybe like last week or so. Because Moist figured it out, and I think it's a little bit faster. It's not huge. Maybe like half a second, maybe. Traded in phones for like $50. Oh, I forgot. I have skew. Okay, we'll just do that. So I should, in theory, not have skew anymore. Because I completed the shield jump. It's funny how, like, I can do the clip into bombs, I can think to myself, yeah, I should probably make sure to clear skew when I'm inside the shrine. And then maybe like 30, 40 seconds pass, and then I've already forgotten.
Ah.
Yo, Astral, thank you for the 5-month resub. It's more than 4, and you know, 5 is a
Ooh.
cool number.
Mm-hmm.
Although I might be a little bit biased.
Ah.
Okay, still 145. Has anyone ever gotten VIP off the 880,555 points? Nobody's redeemed it at 888,000. Because every time somebody redeems it, I up the price by 10,000. So it started off at 555k. So you can tell how many people have redeemed VIP based on the amount that it's gone up. Although technically it's like however much that is plus the people who redeemed it before I started the system of raising the price. Yeah, we should be fine with this easily. Okay, another 639. Not bad. War. Yeah, I feel like nowadays, we're just waiting, you know? Like, eventually somebody will be the next VIP, but it's not really obvious who that will be and when that will be. Ah! Oh, come on. I really... Oh, that was insane. Wait, that was actually kind of pretty crazy. I landed on the like pedestal, which actually made it more likely for me to get the ragdoll cancel. Dude, yeah, the 1 million VIP redemption is gonna go crazy. Ow. Yeah, that's fine. Not the greatest, but that could have been really good if I didn't mess up the slide. Okay, we should be fine here. The world mode. No world modes. Oh my goodness. That is way, way high up. Ah! Ain't no way. It's making a difference. I swear. I swear. I just... Oh, that would have worked too. That's funny. That was a 104 with a missed ESC. Or like a 102. What's the difference? So I was using my V1 homebrewed Swish because I let my friend borrow my OLED. And I was lazy because my friend lives like about an hour away driving when there's no traffic. So I was like kind of lazy about getting it back for the 90% grind. Dude, this would have been kind of an insane segment. 203. Yeah, that would have been real nice. Pay to win. Yeah. Well, I think there's a bigger difference, at least in theory, there's a bigger difference between like back then when I had the OLED versus the V2. But like I updated my V2 when the 1.8 patch came out. So yeah, retrieving the OLED. I've been getting some crazy slides today. Like every single tree where I don't hit something on the way over has been 57 or below. I've gotten multiple loadless bombs slides. But yeah, the problem is nowadays, if you wanted to, wait, this is a 1236? Isn't that kind of fast? Yo, it's a Poiwen. Dude, if you watch the difference between like yesterday's runs and today's runs, it is kind of insane. Yeah, that was pretty bad, but it's still a 110, so it's not like the worst thing ever. It's a 110 with like instantly loaded Claymore, so. Wonka W? The the Lizalfos chased me literally all the way down there. That normally doesn't happen. I mean, it kind of worked out. No. Not quite. Okay. I was kicking a little too hard, I think. Jesus. Okay. There we are. I still save time! Ah! I'm a little too excited. But like, also, isn't that crazy? With the Craig not loaded for like a bunch of time. Oh, that's not good. Oh no, this is not gonna be you. I think it could have gotten close if I didn't mess up Water Blight at the start. Oh yeah, these blights are like surprisingly not terrible, but also not what I need by this point. I wouldn't say there's no time save, but there's like not that much. Yeah, I kind of messed this up. shabby. Dude, I swear, if you looked at the difference between like
L'intero corpo di Gun è pervaso da un rancore maligno.
between yesterday's
In
runs
questo
and today.
stato è invulnerabile a qualsiasi attacco. Tenterò di contrastare questo rancore maligno.
Okay, that was pretty poorly played though.
Tu colpisci dove brilli.
I'm probably gonna need to practice some Calamity soon.
Buona fortuna. Link.
Because I feel like I've like lost the
Gun si sta
muscle
indebolendo.
memory of when I let go of ZL to pick up the Claymore. It's like I shoot 5 arrows and then I let go of ZL, but in my head I'm like letting go of ZL earlier than that. This is gonna be a 23 OX, so like 07 probably.
Cerca di colpire dove brilla.
I didn't see what the load time on Darkness was, but
Funziona in difficoltà.
you can see the best possible time at the bottom. It says 23:06 underneath the red plus 6.9. Nice. So yeah, this is not a PvP, but it'll be like less than that.
Ancora un po'. Lo abbiamo quasi sconfitto.
Scope just turns the horse around. It has no, like, you don't need to use scope or anything.
Link.
Oh yeah. Dang. Thank you for the GGs. Wow. Wow. No way, man. It's almost like game or something. It's like this is the best run I've gotten since the day counter started. Yeah, so my 2258 from 10 months ago, it was run on this OLED. So like, I was running on an older Switch for the last month, because I didn't have my OLED with me. But like last year, I bought the OLED for the purpose of running any percent to get the 22, and I got it. So, you know, this is like now I'm on the same footing as I was on last year. Yeah, no, I just like I let my friend borrow the OLED because he wanted to play Odyssey and like Mario Kart, and I didn't need it for anything because the Switch 2 came out, and so yeah, I let him borrow it. And for the most part, yeah, I didn't really need this Switch. Like, the only thing I really need it for is running categories that require BLSS, and I mean, yeah, basically categories that require BLSS.
Tutto questo tempo.
So Hundo didn't require
tuo
it.
destino,
Any of the Switch
la
2
tua sofferenza.
runs
le
didn't
tue
require it.
battaglie.
So
Per questo
that's why I didn't bother.
ho sempre
And that's why
saputo
I even lent it to him. If I needed the Switch,
che
I
un
would not have
giorno
done that.
saresti riuscito a sconfiggere la calamità Ganon. Grazie.
Alright, see ya, Muncho. How's the fish RNG? It was like 3 scans, I think, for 4 carps, so
Ti
pretty good.
ricordi?
I think
Ti
I
ricordi di me?
messed up slightly while like picking them up or something. It was like a 145 entry, which is not bad. It was the mistake I said I made? Oh, I made like a few mistakes. I think the one I mentioned was probably in Blights. So phase 1 of Water Blight. You can angle Link. So like Water Blight attacks you, right? And then you start spinning with the Claymore, or I think it's the Edge of Duality. But you start spinning, and you position Link between Water Blight's arm and its body. So you're hitting both the arm and the body every spin. But assuming you angle Link correctly, you can actually get a double hit on the body while you get a single hit on the arm. So it ends up hitting 3 times every time you spin. So in this case, I angled Link too far to one side, so I wasn't able to get triple hits. I only got double hits, which probably lost me like 2 seconds. But yeah, that's why I thought the Blight's time was going to be pretty bad. And despite that, I only lost half a second, which is not terrible. But yeah, it just goes to show that like, if I played it correctly, I would have saved time. And then, yeah, Calamity was bad, because I missed a few bomb arrow headshots, but I also didn't get instant laser, so... I think if I had gotten instant laser, I would have lost like 2 seconds still, because of the missed headshots in phase 1, but like, it would have been a smaller time loss than before. What amiibos do I use? I use this thing, the All Amiibo. It's an emulator, so I can choose what amiibo to scan, and once I scan it, it will randomize the ID, so I can infinitely scan the same thing. But I specifically choose to scan a Wind Waker amiibo because Wind Waker Link gives you like the attack up fish, but also has, let's see, the extra drop table has the chance to drop arrows as well as hardy fish, where if you were to scan Mifa, then Mifa can only drop hardy fish for that extra drop table. So the like hardy fish are harder to avoid than picking up the arrows because they're larger. And if you pick up the regular arrows, they don't give you an extra text box. And you need to pick up arrows later anyway, so it technically doesn't lose you time to pick up arrows. So it basically, there are optimal amiibo to be scanning for any percent. But the difference is so small that it doesn't matter that much. Like, technically you wouldn't want to scan Mifa unless you wanted a higher chance of hardy fish for backups. Alright, well, that was a really good run, yeah. Yeah, 2308 is the fastest I've done. I've done it in the last, like, 2 weeks. Well, I guess 3 weeks, right? Because 16 days is 16 days of streaming, and I take 2 days off each week, so it's more like 3 weeks. Are there any other amiibos that have the same loot table? Yeah. Yeah, there are other amiibos that also have the same drop table for, like, all the fish. Yeah, if you're going to, like, get amiibos for like speedrunning Breath of the Wild, you for sure want to be getting either NFC cards or the like, or like an amiibo emulator of some sort. It's just way cheaper and gives you access to like more amiibo. Yo, what's up, Nozomina? Thank you for the good luck. What up, Sintomik? Hello, JH.
Svegliati.
Welcome in, Mutton. Thank you for the good luck. It's like actual deja vu.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
A weight has been lifted. Also, wait, that run had, I think I hit a tree on the way to Stasis. Like, it wasn't the worst thing ever. I didn't get fully sent in a different direction. But it was not ideal. And I still got a 101 at the tree. Why do I have a feeling a PB is coming soon? Why indeed? Dude, the last time this happened... what was it? As in, when I swapped from SD card to system memory, I got like 3 PBs the next like 3 days. But obviously, this is a much smaller difference. And my PB is a lot more optimized, so it's like,
Link.
you know, I wouldn't expect
Dirigiti al
to
logo
necessarily
segnato
PB
sulla
immediately,
mappa della
but
tua tavoletta
I do
sceicca.
think this is a good sign. And yeah, nowadays, like, there's more RNG. Well, not that it's like there's more RNG in the run, but more that the RNG matters more. Because, like, I could have, the 23-23, for instance, I think I got instant, or I didn't get instant laser or something, but I managed to get an attack up claymore. But, like, the fact that, you know, I could have PB'd it without instant laser because the run just wasn't that optimized at the time is, like, definitely different from now. I mean, I could still PB probably without instant laser, but everything else would have to go even better. Wait, have I done this thing yet? No, I haven't. Yo, what's up, Felix? You actually bought the Switch and you're loving playing Breath of the Wild? Let's go. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Pretty good swap then. Yeah, I'm a bit of a Nintendo fan, I would say. But there is a reason for it, you know?
Quella è una tavoletta
They do make
sceicca.
good games. They make some bad
Ti
choices,
guiderà dopo
for
il
sure.
risveglio dal tuo lungo...
But the games are good. Yeah, it's a prototype. Whenever you start a run, Zelda makes the screen too bright. Oh yeah, the flashbang. It's a little unfortunate, yeah. I like stopped noticing it, but yeah, every single time it like just lights up my face. It's a very generous statement. Yes, yes it is.
Link. Link.
Yeah, I'm certainly not gonna like defend Nintendo's actions,
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua
but
tavoletta sceicca.
I do enjoy their games. The prices in Brazil, yeah, I've heard, but they're pretty bad. Yeah, 230. Wait, MZ, what would you say your favorite game is? The game of life. Yeah, yeah. I don't think I'd say that, but what up, Karen? I don't know. I feel like in my head, I would say Animal Crossing or Breath of the Wild would be, I guess. Moldy, thank you for the 16-month resub. My subscription can drive. I would not like to see that attempted.
Ooh.
16 months is probably not quite enough.
Ah.
Wait, why am I picking this up?
Ooh.
Ah! Okay. I'm throwing. Yeah, we got shock arrows. I subscribe and I quit. Alright, see ya, Leto. Is 2308 the best run I've gotten during this grind? Within the last 16 days, yeah, it is. A few days before that, before I started counting the number of days, I got a 2304, but yeah, 2308 is pretty good. And not only was it pretty good, it also felt like there was pretty clear room to still improve it. Like, I definitely messed up a lot. I'm really into opening these chests today. Yeah, a little bit. Look, it's kind of like a loot box, you know? You never know what's going to be in there. Sure, every single item that I could get from the chest is, like, bad. I don't want it, but isn't it exciting? It could be anything within the drop table. Dude, that was a 57. Yeah, that was a 57. Oh my goodness, man. I'm just like, every single time. Every single... It's like I know how to do the slide or something. Like, I wasn't losing the skill. I just was holding myself back. I can't believe I've done it again. I swear this isn't placebo. You would think I would learn my lesson, right? Because this has happened many times in the past. There is, like, I used to play on physical when I first started. And I think that made sense, right? I didn't want to necessarily buy the game again. But I've gotten to the point where I've bought the game probably like 4 times or something. Wait, there we are. And it's like, okay, I went from physical, it was like, okay, well, digital's faster, let's play on digital. And then it turns out, well, no, I was playing digital on my SD card. But you would think that after making that realization, I would be way more likely to never make that mistake again. And yet, here we are. I have to imagine the difference is much smaller, though. But it's still, like... It's still noticeable. This is what I was hoping for, to be honest. I was like, okay. I was kind of worried. I was talking to my friends about this. It's like, please let this work. Please let the OLED actually be worth it. Because there is a chance that, you know, it was all in my head. I go up, get the OLED, and then I've not just wasted one day. Well, yeah, it wouldn't be a waste. I had fun hanging out. But it then changed nothing. But no, I've definitely got the motivation coming back. How do I feel about the Switch turning 9? I feel old, I guess. Like my bones are creaking. Isn't the chip in the OLED and the V2 the same? Well, technically I wasn't using a V2. I've been using my V1 Switch because my V2 I updated when 1.8 came out. But yeah, the theory is that it shouldn't make a difference. And yet, there are other factors like, you know, the Switch I was running on was like 9 years old, right? Because it's from launch. Ow. And so, a 9-year-old Switch versus a 1-year-old Switch, there's still a difference that it could make. The chip isn't the same, the clock speeds are. The chip is shrunk to a different process node, which reduces power usage and heat. I see. Yo, what's up, Weston? What's the state of no amiibo runs right now? Nobody really runs it, I guess. I mean, no amiibo is essentially the same exact speedrun, except instead of sliding straight to castle, you slide from Temple of Time to a set of razor shrooms that you can find near Sheem de Goes, and then you slide from there to castle. Right, so it's like, because it's basically the same run, if you're gonna run amiibo, which is the faster version of the category, there's not a lot of incentive to run no amiibo. So like the no amiibo record right now is a 23:57 or 23:56 by me, but you know that run is pretty bad compared to what it could be. Okay, well that's fine. Just the 9-year-old Switch asking for help. Yeah, like there's a legitimate case for this thing having put in the work, you know. Will repasting the CPU help? I don't know. I haven't looked into it. Apparently it's pretty easy to do, but yeah, the reason I went with like buying an OLED brand new last year was because in my head it was like a guarantee. Right? There's a bunch of questions like, you know, the OLED is physically different. Even if people say that in theory the performance shouldn't change, there is a difference. So if I buy it, this is the latest hardware. There's no question that this is potentially slower, right? And then there's also like it's new hardware as well, so it's like essentially, by buying the OLED, I was guaranteeing that I would have the fastest load times available.
Quella è una tavoletta Sheikah. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
But yeah, there's a chance that, like... I could just reapply the thermal paste and it would be good or something. I'm not really sure. I haven't looked into it too much. Yeah, it's a briner. Did I bounce off the corner? Yeah, I bounced off the like pillar thing. Oh, yeah, so no amiibo only loses about 30 to 40 seconds. So, the reason the world record is, at this point, what, over a minute off for no amiibo is because nobody's done no amiibo any percent in a long while. Right, because if somebody got a run that's as optimized as like Moldy's 2251, you would expect it to be around, let's just say 35 seconds slower, right?
Link.
So it'd be like a 22,
Dirigiti
no,
al
a
luogo
23
segnato sulla
like
mappa della
2x,
tua
right?
tavoletta Sheikah.
Can I do math? 35, yeah. I've never really gotten the exact number because it's like, it's annoying to do the slides. And the world loads on the slide to castle from the Bracer Shrooms is annoyingly inconsistent. There we are. Yeah, the Joy-Cons they're too small for most people. And I think the shape of them is also just not... Like, it's meant to look nice, I guess. Where it's not really shaped around your hand at all, it's just, it fits onto the Switch. So some people buy, like, Joy-Cons that have actual, like, grips on them, but they're, like, larger. Wow. Okay. The faster you repaste it, the sooner you reduce the mechanical load on your OEM fan. Yeah, it probably is a good idea. Oh, let's see. Why does the screen freeze up during BLSS? So basically, the game is unable to load everything because we're moving so quickly. So the game will freeze up and then load some things in before allowing it to continue. And it does add variance. Like, the world loads are a little bit random. Like how long they take and how many of them happen. But it's... I won't say it's like not huge, the difference. Okay, this is good. Give me you. No! Why did I do that? I'm like throwing. Well, I got the backup food, I guess. So, if I'm 2 seconds off of a PB, then we'll just have to blame the fish. Okay, 145. So there would have been like a 143, which is really good. Full of malice and hatred. We'll see. You know, hold off. It might not be too bad. Oh, the layout of the buttons? Okay. This is just... yeah. Yeah, it happens. You can't win. Because every console has like a different button layout. That'll work, probably. Oh, yeah, that works. Dude, that would have been like a best split time, probably, if I had just not picked up the extra fish. You know what? Sure. I'll just do this. Oh yeah, locking Epona behind Amiibo is kind of cringe. It's true. We should be fine here. Oh no, no, I am bad. I don't know where to get a step up. Okay. No, it's fine. I was a little too greedy. I thought it would be fine if I hugged the left side of the slope, but it's not terrible if you hit the like wall. It's just when you hit the wall, you're gonna get sent to the right. And I had enough speed that, you know, I probably wasn't gonna get slowed down that much, assuming I was able to navigate the like terrain without hitting any more trees or rocks, which is possible. And, you know, some of the fastest slides have actually hit that wall, right, and just recovered. But then I got the crouch, so that's just kind of unfortunate. Is it Pixel an Android phone? Yeah, yeah. Because Pixel is Google's phone, so it runs Android.
Svegliati. Svegliati.
Let's see. Would a
Quella è una
26
tavoletta
be a
scelta.
good goal for Nomiibo?
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo...
I mean, it kind of depends on you, right? A 26 would be pretty decent with no Amiibo, yeah. But like, I don't know what your PB is. or like how long you want to spend trying to get a 26. I would say it's like not too crazy to go for. But it's also like that is pretty fast. Yo, what's up, Brachio? It's probably because the fish was slowing you down. Yeah, that's probably it. Just blame the fish. See, PB was a low 28, but it was years ago and very sloppy. Yeah, if you had a low 28, then I feel like getting a 26 should be pretty reasonable. And like you can always set 26 as your goal and then reevaluate once you try and go for it for a while. Because it could be that like you hit it faster than you expect, or it could be that you don't hit it as quickly as you think you would. But a 26 is pretty solid. I mean, like, if you look at the leaderboard, I don't know where a 26 puts you if you sort by no amiibo. It's probably fairly high up. Because, like, fewer people do
Quella è una tavoletta
no amiibo
scenica.
speedruns.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
I think I have the solution for your hatred of trees. I wonder what that would be. Fish hate is allowed in this chat. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Need a chainsaw man. Haha. Actually, when does the next season of Chainsaw Man even come out? Are they working on it? Meat loving is allowed in this chat. Ayo. Oh my goodness. Oh, Moist? In your MSR run, did you scan amiibo for meat? I forgot to say GG, but maybe I'll have to. I don't know. Did I? You definitely did. So I'll withhold my
Dirigiti al
GG.
luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
This guy actually beat me thanks to amiibo. That's right. That's right, folks. It's illegitimate. Oh, but Moist, do you just like kind of every so often be like, okay, yeah, I'll just do an MSR run. Why not? Like, how much are you practicing? Because what, the other day you were doing Hundo, and then all of a sudden, boom, PB. No practice. Oh, they say practice is for noobs. Yo, what's up, Cubs? Kill the horse. Dude, I saw Moist finish an any percent run the other day, and then he smacked the horse with the claymore, and then lost like 30 seconds. So I don't know. Maybe we should be nice to the horse.
Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta Sheikah.
See, what do you
Ti
do if
guiderà
you
dopo il
remembered
risveglio dal
to
tuo
turn off auto updates, but it turns out it was on all along? Okay, so there's a couple of options. If you can homebrew your Switch, then you can just remove the update data, right? Installing custom firmware, but not every Switch is easy to homebrew. And you'll also need to like look up how to do that. It's only easy if you have a Switch from launch, essentially. The other option, which doesn't require any like hacking of your Switch, is to factory reset your Switch and then turn off auto updates and play off of a physical cartridge with the desired version on it. So like you can buy a cartridge of Breath of the Wild that has version 1.6 on it. And so if you just play off of the cartridge, then, you know, you'll have 1.6. But it does require you to factory reset your Switch because I think once your console is aware of the updates, you won't be able to like
Dirigiti al luogo segnato
get
sulla
rid of
mappa
any
della
of the
tua
updates
tavoletta
without a
Sheikah.
full factory reset. So that would be, you know, you need to make sure that you don't have any save data that you don't want to lose. Yeah, those are the two options. It's like, it's not ideal, but what can you do? They decided to update an 8-year-old game or something. 226? Dude! I remember I used to get 226s. Opponent knows what she did. To be fair, I did, I think, blow up Epona a couple times. Well, okay, no. That's not the way I would phrase it. Epona blew up a few times in my bug limit speedruns. I personally did not blow up Epona. I was just riding next to a Guardian, and the Guardian happened to target Epona, and, you know, I left. I didn't check, but I think Epona was still alive, so it's fine. Good evening, Ineptitudinous. Okay, also, Epona deserves it more, because Epona in bug limit, like, is actually annoying. Because you try and do infinite horse stamina, like, the whole way to castle, and then it just, like, fails half the time. Well, not half the time, but whenever it fails, it's stupid. And then sometimes Epona is like, well, I actually don't want to go this way. Like, okay, but there are guardians trying to shoot us, so let's not stop in the middle of the road. It is in fact Korean, and we are comparing to PBE, so that was a really good bombs. All right, buddy. Sure. Sure, I didn't even need the fish. We'll just have to try again next round. Okay. It's a little unfortunate. Like last run, I had the fish. I just made an oopsie. But yeah, it's about having the luck and the skill line up. That's the hard part. Amelia, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Well, that'll help pay off the OLED. Actually, I've already paid off the OLED. Wonder how much time it will save if BLSS is possible on Switch 2. It would probably save like a minute. And let's see. Okay, well, I guess it's a question of whether or not you're asking like how much would it save compared to regular any percent, or like any percent on 1.6 on a Switch 1. Because then it's less. Basically, the Switch 2 loses about... Wait, what's my PB? I have a 2356, I think. If we assume you can get like a 23 3x maybe? I don't really know. Oh no. That's unfortunate. However, I mean, I was already losing up a bunch of time from the scans. But yeah, if you assume like a 2330, which I don't know if that's actually accurate, but 2330, you'd be losing like 40. Yeah, you'd be losing 40 seconds, but then BLSS would allow you to do the route in such a way that you save a minute back on that time. So I would guess you'd save like 20 or 30 seconds, maybe. Over the current. Well, does that make any sense? Yeah. No. Okay, at that point, it's a question of whether or not, or how much time... No, it does make sense. Okay. Clean slate. Let's try this again. Basically, the difference between Switch 1, 1.6, and, say, Switch 2, if BLSS was possible, would probably be about 20 seconds. Which makes sense because, well, I think load times on the Switch 2 would save about, 30-ish seconds, maybe a little bit more. The reason it's not just how much time the load times would save is because you can't get unloaded gate on a Switch 2, as far as I'm aware. I mean, it might technically be possible, but that means that when you get to castle, you're losing a set amount of time, having to either clip through the gate or go through the other way, right, the copium route. And so in both cases, you're like losing a little bit of time. So that's why it's like, you'd probably only be saving 20 seconds, would be my guess. All right, I think I explained that correctly. But yeah, Amelia, thank you for the bit as well. And Nozamina, thank you for the sub. Thank you, thank you. How's my day going? It's actually going really well. I cannot hide my excitement, to be honest. Essentially, like that one YouTube commenter, I was being Lee with the weights. And I've taken off the training weights. That being, I'm using I'm using my OLED Switch, which I lent to a friend. And the idea was that the OLED, when I bought it, could give me faster load times.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta
Like, the idea was that, yeah, it'll give me the fastest load times available. And after I got my 22 with it, I lent it to my friend because I didn't need it anymore with the Switch 2 coming out. But coming back to any percent, it's like, well, the load times are actually really important. So in my head, you know, it wasn't that big of a difference, but I finally got off my lazy bum, and yesterday visited my friend to get the OLED back, and it seems to be making a fairly significant difference. So yeah, I'm pretty happy. Is a 230 bombs entry good? Yeah, it's pretty good. My best bombs entry time is probably like a 226-ish. So 230 is only 4 seconds off. Okay. Yeah, Elden Ring is pretty great. That's like one of the most fun times I've had probably streaming. It's kind of funny, but yeah, no, it's just a really good game. Yo, what's up, Miguel? Hello, Henry. What up, Trust? I did get the OLED, and you know what? It's seemingly making a difference. Hello, Z-Boy, Sil, Glizzy. Oh, I am surprised that actually it worked. Did it? No, I didn't despawn the carp. I just... Oh, that was cringe. Okay, I thought it despawned it, because I didn't see it, but it went under the chest. Okay, we kinda... It's cooked. Oh, there we go. It wasn't even that good of a... Well, it was pretty good. 343 is solid. But, yeah, it's not like it was actually gonna PB after scrambling with the fish. You like horse combat better in Breath of the Wild. Interesting. Dude, I feel like that's gotta be that's a super hot take. I don't know. I feel like Torrent is so good in Elden Ring. The horses in this game are unhinged and charming.
Svegliati.
There are people who say that, yeah. And I mean like they intentionally made them
Svegliati.
unwieldy. Oh, yeah, I'm comparing to the 2258 because I've actually had a lot of runs that are like
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
keeping up with my PB.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal
So,
tuo...
today I got a 2308. So like last run was a 2308. But it's like close enough, right? Like if you look at Castle, for instance, I was only 2 seconds behind. So at this point, like we're kind of ready to compare to PB. You play Elden Ring on keyboard? I don't think I could. Well, okay, I could do it if I really needed to, but I feel like controller is just it's just nicer, yeah. When Ganon spawns, a horse is just staring at it like it's nothing. Well, to be fair, a Dark Beast Ganon is not really a threat. Oh, you only have Joy-Cons. That makes sense, yeah.
Svegliati.
You can't,
Svegliati.
Is there no way to get Joy-Cons to pair? Even then, I don't know. I would probably prefer,
Quella è una
keyboard
tavoletta
to
sceicca.
Joy-Cons.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo...
Okay, I don't want, or I don't know if I'm getting this backwards, but I feel like I remember Mikey saying that one of the reasons he stopped playing, I think Bloodborne maybe, was that there was no way to play with like keyboard at the time. Because I think he plays the rest of the Souls games with keyboard and mouse.
Link.
So yeah, it really is a preference thing.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo
where I would have
segnato
a
sulla
terrible
mappa della
time
tua tavoletta sceicca.
playing mouse and keyboard, but I've just never done it, so. Also, my mouse is like really weird because I have a trackball. I have like a trackball that I inherited from my brother, and it's, I feel like, even weirder than your average trackball, but it has the ball. I have to like, essentially, let's see, thumb is left click, and also right click, I guess. And then the trackball is like, you control it, you move it with your like middle finger kind of thing. Where I feel like other trackballs that I've seen are like, you use your thumb for the ball, and then, you know, index, middle finger for the clicks. Where this one, I had to like get used to it. Even now, it's like, I guess it's normal for me now, but yeah, initially it was like, this is not correct. Playing WASD makes my hand cramp. Yeah, I had a hard time with trying out Overwatch. Because I had just never done it, right? Like Overwatch, and then there was like Minecraft is also like a bit tough for me. And then the other thing I think was, oh yeah, trying to emulate like the Pokemon games. I didn't bother like plugging in a controller and trying to get that to work. So I was just playing on mouse and keyboard, and I did not like it. Yeah, I had to steal my dad's mouse for Overwatch because I was like, okay, I definitely shouldn't be playing on a trackball. But like, I don't have a mouse pad because you don't need one if you're using a trackball. Wait. Yeah, why not play on Switch 2? It's because BLSS was patched on the version they released when the Switch 2 came out. So you cannot play Breath of the Wild on a Switch 2 with access to the like fastest glitch in the game. So it ends up being slower. It's a mini game. Every time I try to start the Switch. I want to say it was even longer before. I don't remember why. Okay, let's see. The game has an update. The Switch has an update. I need to select which user. And for some reason it like oh, okay. It checks to see if I'm allowed to play the game because this is my secondary console. I didn't want to like
Svegliati.
buy Breath of the Wild again. So it needs to check to see if my other Switch, which has, or my like primary Switch, is playing the video game. So it checks the internet. And
Quella è
then
una tavoletta
it's
scelta.
like, okay, well, you
Ti
have
guiderà dopo il
to
risveglio
like
dal tuo
do the system update in order to get your like backup save data from the cloud. So there's like a bunch of different things. It's a mess. It's kind of funny. It adds probably like 8 seconds every single reset, so that'll add up. I'm thinking of doing the system update because that should get rid of like 2 of them probably. In theory, I could also try and like, oh, I could remove my friend's like save data, but like I don't think he's gonna play Odyssey anymore. Would be my guess. And so if I removed his like user, then I could have it automatically select the right user because there's only one. Which would save I think like 2 seconds per reset. But I'm not gonna do that yet. It's really not that big of a deal.
Link.
Alright, see ya,
Dirigiti
Emilia.
al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceika.
But yeah, I have to say start software 3 times. $226, man. It happens all the time these days. You know why? I'll give you a hint. OLED. That's right. I swear it makes a difference. Yeah, so like 226 is maybe my best entry. I don't know. Maybe I have gotten 225 before. Like it's certainly possible. But I don't remember if I've gotten it. Cuz like if you got a 155 at the treasure chest and then a good slide, like it could happen for sure. That's not gonna work, is it? Okay, that should not have worked. But this is now kind of bad. Good morning, Lodan. Am I just better on, or am I better on OLED, or is the OLED actually better? I think in this case, it's day one, so it could be that it's placebo, but I feel like it's pretty obviously different. That the OLED that I'm playing on right now is actually like loading things faster. But
Ooh.
because yeah, like every single time I've gotten a slide that's, decent, I've been at the tree at like 57 or below, which is really, really good. Oh. We will just go. I think technically this is fine. Yeah, 344, I could make up for this. Yeah, I do think I'm also just playing better, to be fair. And people always say like speedrunning is significantly more of a mental game than okay, well there are people who say speedrunning is like all about the mental, and so it certainly helps. Yo, Andros, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. How was the stream today? Okay, we should be fine on this. Nope. We are so lucky. That was clutch. That's like actually so lucky, while also being unlucky. Essentially, I felt like I should have taken damage hitting like the pillar. Based on the launch trajectory, I should have taken damage on the pillar, and then I hit the little thing that comes out of the pillar, also didn't take damage. But because I was above the torch, I hit it and took damage. So if I hit the ground, I probably would have died. No, I'm so... please. I'm throwing. I keep on doing that. 11. That's fine. Yeah, the important thing is not this run. It's that I'm feeling good and playing well. Okay, but I'm supposed to have pre-rolls turned off, so I don't know why this keeps happening. Like the other day, I got a raid and immediately everyone is hit with ads. But I'm like running the minimum to still turn off pre-rolls. But yeah, I hope the stream went well. Hello, Soul Mace. Doug's Shufflebot on Mario 64. Wait, what does the Shufflebot do? I should be practicing this. I'm like a lot shakier. Oh, right. I remember that. Okay. How did you do? Seems like a lot of Mario to keep track of. It took 3 hours. That's like, you know, for 10 games. Doesn't seem too bad. That was only playing to the first Bowser fight. Oh. Hold up. Let me reassess. Alright. Actually, what's funny is that the wind bomb saves enough time that it's actually faster to fail it once and then try again. Assuming you don't, if you like detonate the bomb, then at that point it's slower. But if you like try the wind bomb, realize this is gonna fail, right? I didn't get the bullet time entry timing that I need. And then stop, pick up the bomb, put it away, and then try again. It's actually still faster, I think. Because the wind bomb itself saves like 8 seconds, which is kind of crazy. It'd be fun to do with Breath of the Wild. Yeah, I was thinking like Breath of the Wild could be fun. I will say, trying to swap between like Breath of the Wild instances and then you're like mid BLSS, you probably just wouldn't do BLSS because it would not work.
Quella è una tavoletta Sheikah. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Forsaken the stasis launch? I have, yeah. It's a little unfortunate. If only there was a way to make it fast. I mean, hey, I've done bug limit, so bug limit plus, you know, hundo runs. I still dabble. Had to skip some regular stars because it's just not possible mid shuffle. Yeah, it's like a puzzle at that point. How did my YouTube profile picture come to be? So I used to want to become like, well, not that I wanted to become an artist, but that essentially I really like the chibi art style. And so I was like drawing a bunch of chibi links in the different outfits. And so the Zora armor one is the one that I think looks the best. So it became my profile
Dirigiti
picture
al
on
luogo
YouTube.
segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
It also works pretty well as a hey emote on like Twitch. Because yeah, it's supposed to be, if you see the like full image, it's Link stretching, right? He's like kind of leaning to the side, putting his arm over to like stretch. Like that. But because he's a chibi, it's like the arm doesn't reach over the head. I'm playing on version 1.6. You're gonna tell me moon jump is too slow. You know what? I won't say it. You already know. Hey, it's up Sinking Island. The runs are good. Yeah, I drew that. I drew like technically about half of the emotes that I have right now. So you can kind of tell which ones are me and which ones are my brother. Based on the art style. The art style and polish. But yeah, there are a lot more of the like chibi links, but I will say not all of them work as good as I would like, I guess.
Svegliati. Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
I do think there were some amusing ones though. Like
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
one that I thought was pretty funny was Link in the Tingle outfit. And you know how in like Majora's Mask, right? Tingle is always floating with the red balloon. I instead swapped out the red balloon with an octo balloon. Like, that's pretty good, right? It's thematic. Link in the Tingle outfit is your profile picture. Some good taste right there. I wonder if the next Zelda game will have Tingle in it.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
$155, not bad. That's crazy. I like didn't get the jump. Oh, whatever. You do Tingle cosplay? Oh, snap. Wait, that's pretty cool. Get the green suit, the red tights. Iconic. Did you learn any of the like dances? Is it Kulu Limpa?
Svegliati.
Is that what he says? The purple one as well.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca.
I don't
Ti
think I could
guiderà dopo
conjure
il
up those
risveglio dal
names.
tuo
Like, if you gave me infinite time, I would get it. But only because it's infinite time. So I'd be able to pick every combination, every name. Tingle, Knuckle, Ankle, and David Jr. Junior? Also, in Breath of the Wild, aren't there like the islands on the right where Kamel is? Aren't those like Tingle and Co. named? Hey, you think you may? I could be making that up.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
Oh, okay, they're the Tingle Islands. I see. Dude, there's also like Makar Island, not spelled Makar. It's like Mekar. Right next to Korra Forest, and then there's nothing there. Or rather, nothing important there. Just a bunch of like stall enemies. Oh. Yo, thank you, Misano. It is actually really funny. Every time I open up the game, having to go through like 15 prompts. It's the price we pay. Yo, what's up, Marty? Thank you for the 23-month resub. The islands are Tingle, David, essentially, and Knuckle and Ankle. A subtle reference. Oh, thank you, Ryan. Are you sure you want to play Breath of the Wild? Are you sure you don't want to, like, update the game so that you can't do the speedrun properly?
Svegliati.
But, like, really, though.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo luogo.
Gotta make something to eat, but you're afraid to miss a big run. That's the appeal. Like, you gotta be there when it happens, right? That way you can type in chat, I was here. Yeah, come on, like, really? Well, imagine, like, while the 22:58 was happening, you were eating? Sorry, you couldn't wait 23 minutes?
Link.
Hey, what's up, Viridian Wave? Thank you for the good luck.
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
How have you been doing? Oops. You're not going to appear anyway since you're on YouTube. That's actually kind of true. What if I just shout out every single person on the YouTube chat at the end of a PB? No, Swanky Cheese. Not yet, but it could happen. I like actually. I'm actually starting to believe again, you know, that it could happen. That's the power of the OLED. Let's see, made a bad move by updating the game. How can you downgrade? So the easiest
Svegliati.
way to do it would be if you have like a physical version of the game, then you can factory reset your Switch.
Quella è una tavoletta
Turn
cieca.
off auto updates immediately, and
Ti
then
guiderà
play
dopo il
from the
risveglio
physical
dal tuo
cartridge, because the physical copy of the game does not get updated when you update. All of the update data is stored on your Switch. So if you're playing off of the cartridge, then it'll be whatever version of the game that the cartridge has on it. So there are like 1.6 cartridges that are sold. So you could do that. It's still a pain, and if you factory reset your Switch, you like lose all of your game data. So you have to be careful about that. Yeah, basically the short answer is that it's really annoying to down patch. So unless you're like really wanting to speedrun on the older version, I don't think I would recommend trying to down patch. And yeah, if you've updated hold that thought. Later. Stop it. Please, Pigman Bloom. Stop.
Svegliati.
Stop hitting me with. I don't. Please.
Svegliati.
I need to drain a mushroom. Because there isn't mushroom in the battle.
Quella è una tavoletta cieca.
Stop. Stop it.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Okay, there we go. Go here. Oh, please. Auto. Oh. Alright, we're in. Ow. You got games on your phone? I actually, funnily enough, only have one game on my phone. Okay, there we go. It's Pikmin. Pikmin Bloom. Haven't really ever been much of a mobile gamer myself. I mean, I didn't have a phone until like senior year of high school. So when I played like what is it? I feel like the first mobile games that I played were maybe Temple Run was one of them. Jetpack Joyride. But like when I was playing those games, I would borrow my brother's iPod Touch in order to play it. Because I didn't have a phone. And I mean, he didn't have a phone either. He had an iPod Touch, right? I don't think it had.
Quella è
I
una
don't think he had a
tavoletta
SIM
cieca.
card. Did the iPod Touch even have
Ti
a
guiderà
SIM card
dopo il
slot?
risveglio dal tuo
Anyway, yeah, I would like borrow his phone and play. Isn't that kind of funny to think about? It was like almost a phone, but not quite. Nowadays it's like that kind of devices, so why wouldn't it just be a phone? Yo, what's up, yeah? Thank you for the good luck. What an era. Honestly, I feel like a lot of phones
Link.
nowadays look weird.
Dirigiti al
I'm
luogo
trying to think.
segnato
Let's see, the
sulla
iPhone
mappa
actually
della tua
looks
tavoletta
not bad.
scelta.
Like the latest iPhones. But the camera bumps on a lot of phones are just so ugly. Hey, what's up, Korakator? Good night, Andros. You had Minecraft Pocket Edition on your iPod. Whoa. Miss the era of tiny tech? Why are phones so big? Indeed. Like, you know, phones these days are basically as big as the Nintendo Switch, right? Like, does this look... It's actually not that... Like, if you take off the Joy-Cons, right? This? And I have like a smallish phone, because this is the budget Pixel. This is the 4A 5G. So it's like an old Pixel.
Svegliati.
You see how like close that is? And you know, phones have gotten bigger.
Svegliati.
Sheesh. Like my brother,
Quella è una tavoletta
in an
scelta.
attempt to like still buy a small phone,
Ti
he
guiderà dopo il
actually
risveglio dal tuo
bought the like Samsung, is it Z Flip? The one that's like a flip phone instead of being the like fold. Oh snap. The XL milkshake. That is huge. Like literally, it's a very large shake. How goes it to pure? I mean, pretty well, I suppose, considering you had in and out. Yo, what's up, Q card? Give it up for day 16. That's right. Finished half of it and then made a Coke float? Wait, that's actually kind of high level. I've never considered doing that. I don't think I would. Normally when I go to In-N-Out, if I'm going with my brothers, they get like an extra large shake, but it's always chocolate.
Svegliati.
And like, you know, you just drink the shake. Split between 3 people. And when I get In-N-Out myself, I don't
Quella è una
get
tavoletta
a shake.
sceicca.
I just get the burger and
Ti
animal
guiderà
fries.
dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
Hey, what's up, Moonlit? You love your Z Flip? Actually fits in pockets, yeah. It's a neat little phone. There you go. Oh, you already ate. I see. Yeah, burger and fries. And I feel like sometimes I skip out on the fries.
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
If you get animal fries, then they put, yeah, Thousand Island dressing plus like American cheese melted on top plus grilled onions. Yeah, the regular fries are just fries. I've heard there's, like, you can order your fries, like, extra crispy or something. And that some people prefer that. I feel like the animal fries are already, like, good enough. And that if you get them extra crispy, it's, like, maybe too much. Get them light well. I will say, I haven't tried messing around too much. I'm fairly content with my animal fries, like as is. Yeah, they're pretty good. Like the fries by themselves are not anything special. But when you can get them with toppings, it makes up for it. I swear that's a real thing, not something crazy. Yeah. Have you ever ordered a Flying Dutchman?
Svegliati. Svegliati.
I don't even remember what the Flying Dutchman is.
Quella è una tavoletta shake.
Is that the one where they have the
Ti guiderà dopo il
patties
risveglio dal tuo lungo...
as the bun? Oh my goodness, dude. Lim. Ordering the Davy Jones locker would be perfect. Ow. Yeah, 46. Didn't we have I think we had Whale order his fries like crazy style. I forget it was fries or the burger. Are these actual menu items? You know, I've never verified. Right, I've only heard about. I think the Flying Dutchman is a real thing. I think, but I've never tried to order it. So these are all like, you know, it's the secret menu, so they don't put it on the menu itself. You have to know about it. So it's all like exclusive. There's also things like, is it protein style where you can get
Svegliati.
the buns are lettuce instead.
Quella è una tavoletta shake. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
But yeah, I just get the 4x4, which is itself part of the secret menu, that you can get like more than 2 patties. And then the animal fries, or like animal style, all of that is secret menu stuff. But it's like a pretty open secret at this point. I don't normally get my burger animal style. I should try it again. I tend to go for whole grilled onions.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta shake.
Okay, 4x3. I've literally seen people order. What was it? I think it was maybe a. Was it a 1x2 or 2x1? Either way, it's like I've only seen people order. Non-symmetrical burgers a couple times in my life. I didn't think it existed. One of the times I was with Mikey. This was like during the TP1C practice. We went to In-N-Out and somebody ordered it. I was like, no way is that guy real. Two patties, one cheese. Yeah, I would look at them too, to be honest. Like, what are we doing here? The balance is destroyed. I think. I mean, it probably is fine. It's just fun to be opinionated. Lock me up. Oh no. Say it ain't so. I guess that means Olive isn't a real person. Do I like learning speedruns? Or do I like the grind more? I don't know. I feel like it's been so long since I've learned a speedrun that it's hard for me to say. I think there are parts of the learning process that are good, but see, like learning Breath of the Wild, it just feels like that was so long ago. And then like all the different categories in Breath of the Wild that I've learned, they feel so like it's not about learning new strats, it's about, you know, learning what direction to go, I guess. I guess all shrines I learned how to SCW. But yeah, like learning Tears of the Kingdom, I guess. But I actually didn't really like learning Tears of the Kingdom stuff, because it's not that, you know, the strats themselves were bad. It's just, with it being such a new game, there were new strats every single day in the Discord. It'd be like, oh, you gotta learn a new route. And that's just overwhelming. So it's not so much like the learning process is bad. It's more like, I think speedrunning a new game is a lot. Yo, what's up, Server Dino? Evil-o, yep. Yep, we knew it. There's one In-N-Out in Washington. I feel like I've seen, or like my brother had mentioned that I don't think they've, they've only closed one In-N-Out location. that like generally if they open up an in and out, it is going to succeed. Like, that was a 58. Oh, that was a 58. It wasn't even that good, but that was a 58. You know? That's just how it is these days. That would have easily been a 59 on my V1. Maybe even worse. That's why you keep on switching games and categories. Yeah, I think for me, the grind isn't too bad. It really depends, though. Because it definitely, it gets to a point. Like, for instance, the Hundo grind recently, it was... wow. It was getting to the point where, you know, I wasn't having as much fun because it was getting harder and harder to PB or, like, get good runs going. But I also think, like, it would be different if I wasn't, you know, doing this for a living. $113. No way. No way. That's a good emote. Holy. Moist subscriber stocks are going up. Did you just add that? Noise. Dang, do you guys remember Moist Blub? Who indeed? Ow. Oh, that's another good one. Oh, Squoomi's back to streaming, right? There's no way that works, right? Even delaying detonation on the pair, does that do anything? Well, if you delay the detonation, then you get what's like when you have an off cardinal wind bomb that you delay the detonation of, it will get sent like farther away from cardinal. So in this case, I'm like off cardinal to the left, I guess. And so by delaying detonation, I'm gonna get a lower launch that's also further left. Is the idea. There's like you can change how you midair and get the same result. Okay, I guess. That's not really how it's supposed to go, but I gotta take it. But yeah, I guess the idea is that with how with the new or the scope clip facing the wrong direction or the right direction. You're closer to the ceiling. So if you get too high of a launch, you'll end up hitting the ceiling above you. And so you want a lower launch. But you kind of need to do the wind bomb early, otherwise you're not saving any time over doing the flip facing the other direction. So like the only way you save time is to do it. Beginners, he doesn't do that. My way of trying to get a lower launch angle is by delaying the detonation a little bit. And then like you could also like drop lower if you wanted to. But like in theory, right, you could delay when you open the paraglider so that link will drop a little bit farther. That way you're lower down. The reason I don't like to do that is because occasionally when I clip through, I get the like super speed downwards. So if I don't open glider immediately and that happens, I cannot come back from that. I'll be like too low to actually make it to the hallway. Yeah, otherwise I probably would just delay when I get that. I need to mess around with the midair again though, because I've been not super consistent with it. Like I've been consistent with the setup I'm going for right now, but like setups expire occasionally, so maybe I'll tinker around with it later.
Quella è una tavoletta Shell.
Hello, Brentus. Played on the Switch 2
Ti guiderà
today.
dopo il risveglio dal tuo
If you're playing on the 60 FPS version, like the Switch 2 edition, then yeah, the wind bombs are gonna be pretty different. Dude, I'm proud of myself. I've successfully not updated the game the whole day. Because that would be bad. Yo, Brungo, thank you for the raid. Hey, what's up, Prey? How is the stream today? Is it Jover on the OLED? Okay, I think if I hit update and then I close out, or like I close the switch early enough, it's probably fine. I don't think it actually has enough time to update, but I'm not 100% sure. And ultimately, like, I could get a mod chip installed on the OLED. You can like physically insert a mod chip.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Which will allow me to have custom firmware installed. So it'd basically be the same as my homebrewed Switch, but with, you know, the updated hardware from the OLED. But that's annoying, so I'd want to avoid doing that. Ow. Like, I gotta focus up on these SOR clips. I feel like I'm throwing. Is the game good today? Oh, so the big revelation that I've had today, it's been really good. Like, I got a 2308 earlier. I've been ahead of my PB multiple times, past like mag, and I think one of them past stasis. So it's just been going really well. And the thing that I changed was I got my OLED back from my friend, which I originally bought the OLED last year as an attempt to like guarantee that my load times are as fast as possible. Because there is I had noticed a difference between like, you know, some of my PBs and other top runners PBs where I was getting like more world loads or longer world loads. And so I was like, okay, well, could it be that the OLED is making a difference, or that like if I bought an OLED it would make a difference? And so I did it.
Svegliati.
So my PB was on the OLED, but then I let my friend borrow it because I wasn't gonna run any percent or anything that needed DLSS. But now that I do need it, I finally went and got it back, and it feels like it's making a difference. And it could just be that, you know, it's a newer Switch, right? Like the hardware isn't 10 years old almost. Can you turn off Wi-Fi from the Switch? So currently, I can't. One of the pop-ups when I open up the game is the Switch checking, like, connecting to the internet and checking whether or not I'm allowed to play the game. Because this is not the primary console. So, yeah, essentially, I didn't want to buy the game digitally again, so I'm using the like primary, secondary console tech so that I can play Breath of the Wild digital here. But yeah, essentially every time I open up the game, it needs to check to make sure I am not playing Breath of the Wild on the other Switch at the same time. I might be able to change that, but for now I can't.
Link. Link. Link.
Is the current world record using an OLED? I think so. I think Moldy runs on his OLED. Because his OLED, I think, is homebrewed. Why not use 1.6 on Switch 2? It does not allow you to play 1.6 on Switch 2. You cannot play an earlier version of the game on a Switch 2. The console does not allow it. The only two games that the Switch 2 does not allow you to play without an update are Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Like, you can play Mario Odyssey on version 1.0 if you insert a physical cartridge. You can play Echoes of Wisdom on version 1.0 if you insert a physical cartridge. But Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, you cannot. The Switch 2 will say, sorry, this needs to be updated. And there's no way around that. At least not currently. They really hated you, specifically you guys. Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely something they wanted to hide or something.
Svegliati.
What are they hiding? What indeed?
Svegliati.
In a way, I don't know. Is it even better at this point? I'm like second guessing it. I think the Switch 2 like speedruns are pretty cool. Like, it's interesting.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
But if you could BLSS on a Switch 2, then like, you know, presumably it would just be faster to run on Switch 2. And maybe even Switch 2 Edition. In which case, anyone trying to get a top time would have to buy a Switch 2. But the thing is, nowadays it's like, well, there's still issues, right? It's not like buying a Switch 2. Like, how much worse is that compared to, oh, having to buy a Switch 1 or like a physical copy of the game and factory resetting your Switch or having to homebrew a Switch, etc., etc. Yeah.
Link. Link.
I say we write an angry letter.
Dirigiti
Yeah,
al
just
luogo
draft it up.
segnato sulla mappa della
We'll all
tua
co-sign.
tavoletta sceicca.
I think the solution I was really looking for, hoping they would implement, was like, just don't update the game on the Switch 1, right? You could imagine they push the updates only to the Switch 2. But they made changes to the game that like optimized it on the Switch One as well, and so it kind of makes sense to give that to both. But if they just didn't roll out an update for Switch One, then in a way it makes sense, I guess, the way they did it, because it is the same game that's being run on both. So it would be a little bit weird to like not update the Switch One version. It's just, it would have been more convenient, because then, as long as you buy the Switch One, you'll get 1.6. That would have been ideal in my head. Because then it's like you have the accessibility of the Switch One having access to the latest version, and then on the Switch 2 it could be updated for whatever performance improvements that they made. But that was my hope, I think. You did not. Yeah, when you you lurked saying you'll probably get a 4x before I return, I was like, dang.
Quella è una
I
tavoletta
guess Mako's
scelta.
not coming back for like a week.
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
All caps, bold, italic, and underlined. That is scary. I feel like sometimes I'll type something out, and then if you ever do like multiple, say like, I don't know, bold and underlined, it just feels like so much. It's so extra.
Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
There we are. $27. This benefit is provided at no cost. Well, that's nice. So you're telling me it's free? Included. not free. As some would say, nothing in life is free. Are you gonna try for the Tears of the Kingdom record again at some point? I mean... maybe one day. I have no plans for it anytime soon. Basically, I want to do Breath of the Wild and then swap to the 3D Zelda Any % challenge. And I imagine that'll take me maybe like a year. Which, like, part of that will be brushing up on my Tears of the Kingdom muscle memory and whatnot, but I don't know if I'll go for, like, world record strats or anything. Okay, well... how did I get... an armored carp? Like, currently the world record has a clip at the very beginning. Oh, okay, it's got the out of bounds intro, right? But there's a new out of bounds clip. Well, a new... I guess it's pretty new. But yeah, there's like a 15-second time save if you clip out of bounds in the Room of Awakening. But it's like, you know, it's a frame perfect input to do the clip method, and you have to do it twice. So it's like definitely harder to do, and it's like, do I do that? Probably not. Since I'm probably gonna spend less time on Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. Since I already am familiar with it. Yeah, you don't do cog skip. You spawn in the Room of Awakening, you climb one of the roots, do a bowless jump / cancel clip to get out of bounds, and then you climb the out of bounds collision to get to a spot where you can do another clip to get back in bounds. Wait, when you say it's double frame perfect, does that mean, like, getting the jump slash is also a frame perfect? And, like, what makes it frame perfect? Dude, that was a 57! I would like to point out that that was a 57, which is really fast. Alright, have a good night, MZ. Yeah, it's 57 when I start climbing the tree. So I do the slide, and then once I jump towards the tree, I look over at the timer. And if on the segment timer, the one below the, like, big one, like below the big green one, if that one is at 57, that's, like, really good. I think it's just 2 frame perfects, not in a row. I mean, like, I've heard, I know Cloud has said, like, double frame perfect and whatnot, but, like, in my head, yeah, unless the jump slash itself was also frame perfect to be able to clip back and bounds, then it wouldn't be double frame perfect. It would just be the 1, I think. If my understanding of it is correct, which it could be wrong. I haven't really paid too much attention to like how to do it since I'm not actively trying myself. Okay, 103 is good. The second one requires 2 frame perfect inputs. Okay. What's the, like... Not frame window. But how much do you have to wait between the two? Because I imagine, you know, they're right next to each other, right? It's the jump slash cancel plus the jump slash, so... When you have frame perfect inputs that are like closer together, I feel like that's easier in general than having to like wait a certain amount. Wow. Bro, you look like that one guy from that one thing. Oh, do I? Uncanny, yep. Let's see, for the jump slash which clips you through, you gotta press it after you bonk your head on the roof. Interesting. I should probably just look. Wow. Would you look at that? Isn't that kind of crazy? At 12:33? Dude, the wind tried to mess me up right there. But I somehow knew. I thought the wind was going to be blowing. Should be fine. Tears of the Kingdom early game just gets worse and worse. Hey, we have intro skip though. So like, when you think about it, shouldn't we make the early game the worst? That way it's like making up for the fact that we can skip the really boring part. Ow. This is kind of a bad set of world loads, I think. Okay, 111 is actually not bad. Especially with that. This is not terrible. That was bad. Let's see. No. We're falling apart. Yeah, we're good. Really? Okay. Well, it was kind of over anyway, so that's fine. Yo, thank you, Steven. But yeah, that's why I don't like delaying the glider pull, because if that happens, where I clip down super fast, then it's actually just over. And it was still over on that run, but I think technically I could have gotten a wind bomb that sends me to the like lower area of the hallway. Yeah, I mean, that was only like a second off the PB, and there were things in the first couple of splits that could have been better. Hey, what's up, Zelda Hyrule Warriors? That's going pretty well. Yeah, like, look at this, right? That's what I wanted to do, and then I failed. I don't think it's like a perfect solution though, because generally when you land lower down on that wind bomb, and then you do the wind bomb up, you'll like get a world load. Hey, what's up, Suki? Thank you for the good luck. Legendary P5 endgame. It's been a while. It's been a bit. I gotta clean up my consistency with a lot of these splits. I could try going for the turn. I gotta figure out a mitter I want to do. Yo, it's a bin. The runs are going pretty well. Actually, they're going very well today. It's like, it's so tempting, but it's not gonna work. What if I did that? Wait, hold up. Is that like a dumb idea? I think it's a little slower. Oh, no, like I wouldn't do the unequip. I just did that because I don't want to break my shield. And yeah, I think overall it doesn't actually make sense, but that it would be an easier way to get up here, potentially, since the shield jump itself gives you some height. But yeah, overall it would be slower regardless, because you'd have to dismount the shield before you can turn around. But you know, I'm not very consistent right now with doing this. Do you normally fall so far when you do the other scope clip? Not really. I think the other one, it's possible to do, or it's possible to fall that far, but it's less likely, because I think it's got something to do with what direction Link is facing. And so this setup, we have like a lot, it's like a lot more consistent, I guess. With the scope clip I'm doing right now, I'm kind of, it's pretty lenient what direction Link can be facing to clip through, and there's no like cue that I'm going off of. Where like this one, you know, there is a specific visual cue, and I basically always hit the same angles every time. With this one, it's like, you know, what direction Link is facing is gonna vary pretty much every time I do it. So, you know, I probably should try and standardize it a little bit more, but it's kind of hard to do, considering we normally use the, like, the map over here. And, like, the camera is facing all the way down, where, like, here it's harder to find an anchor point. Because, like, do you turn the camera all the way this way? But then, you know, it's hard to get up there like that. And even then, you want to be doing this as fast as possible. Otherwise, you're going to lose time to doing like this. Just pretend that clipped. I actually don't know if I'm even saving time over doing the fast. This fast clip, because that's so quick. So like you need to not lose time doing the backwards facing scope clip. Otherwise, it's no longer worth it. That was so cool. Wait, that was sick. Hear me out. Why don't we wind bomb through the water? That was actually kind of neat. The swimmer route, yeah, you wind bomb into the water and then have enough momentum to like launch out the top and then land in a spot where, yeah, you're no longer in the water. Because the reason the water is bad is because you get stuck, right? But if you didn't get stuck, then it would be okay. Yo, what's up, Integral? Is 100% supposed to be in the stream tags? I just don't change the stream tags. So, if you'll notice, there's also any percent. And the any percent tag was there while I was running Honda. So, Yeah, it's like I could change it, but I don't bother. I feel like people don't really read the tags anyway, for the most part. Like, a lot of people have joke tags, for the most part. Ow. What's your least and most favorite dungeon in all of Zelda? I don't really know. Let's see. Favorite dungeon? I liked Snow Peak in Twilight Princess. That one seemed pretty cool. Would I say it's my favorite in all of Zelda? I just haven't done so many of the dungeons in so long that it's hard to say like what would be my favorite and least favorite. Which is why it's like I'm thinking about just the TP playthrough I did recently, in which case I think I didn't like the water temple, and I liked Snow Peak. But yeah, when you include the other games, it's like I'm sure there were some stinkers in there, and I'm sure there were other ones that were like pretty good as well. That might make the list. I might add in this turn. Need more Craig? Oh, my bad. Here, let's take a look. Good evening, beer. Or should I say goob evening, perhaps? Hey, what up, Max? Yeah, OT Water Temple, that was close. I played on the 3DS, so I want to say they fixed something with the Water Temple, so you can't get stuck as easily, maybe. But yeah, I don't remember having too many issues with it. They fixed iron boots? Wait, what does that mean? You could take out the randomness from the loads, would you? In a heartbeat. Easy, yeah. I mean, like, loading RNG doesn't make the game more fun. I mean, honestly, if I could remove all of the RNG, would I do that? I think there's an argument to say that, like, having random elements in a game can be good. I haven't really thought about my stance on it
Svegliati.
too much. I think as long as it's not egregious, like, it's fine to have randomness.
Quella è una tavoletta shake.
But
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
yeah, like if you had this run, but you get perfect fish, and you know there are no loads or anything, is it a better? Well, it probably is a better speedrun, but like, would that be better for me, etc.? I don't know. I think it would be cool to try it at least. Never play Minecraft. Minecraft's a whole different beast. But that's like, with Minecraft, it's you know, an integral part of the experience, right? It's random to the point where like part of your considerations are playing around the randomness. And like I can see that being good, right?
Link.
Where it keeps
Dirigiti
every
al luogo
run
segnato sulla
slightly
mappa
different.
della tua tavoletta shake.
But then obviously there's like, if you're trying to run like, what, RSG, where you actually have to find the good seeds instead of playing with the filtered seeds in ranked, you know, that seems pretty rough. But yeah, that's why, like, I would say, you know, RNG isn't necessarily always a bad thing. It can make the game more interesting. Because yeah, in like MCSR ranked, I feel like that's a really cool way to play the game. And having like filtered seeds and whatever, that seems neat. But yeah, you watch somebody, they've got the entire grid, like 20 Minecraft instances up at the same time. Ow. That's fine. Oh yeah, it's also like if you look at, for example, Pokemon games, right? If there was no RNG involved, then okay. To be fair, no. I was gonna say like they have manips in some of the games, but even then, like it's not just manipulating what Pokemon you get. There's so much RNG everywhere in the run that like it would be a completely different experience if you didn't have
Svegliati.
randomness. So, you know, it depends. I think with Breath of the Wild, if you removed more of the RNG, it would be like totally fine. If it had no RNG, it would probably still
Quella
be
è una
fine.
tavoletta Sheikah. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Games with zero RNG tend to get ultra ultra optimized, which can be less interesting to watch. Yeah, that's true. That's why it's not. Yeah, it's not obvious to me whether or not I would want, you know, everything cut out. Tears of the Kingdom has like zero RNG besides amiibo. Yeah, but the amiibo is kind of cringe. Yeah, let's just put the optimal amiibo scan spot like. Wait, how far into the run is it? Is it halfway? Let's see, post recall. Which is, I don't remember how far in. It's probably like, let's see, if GSI is like 25 minutes, maybe it's like at the 20-minute mark. So yeah, I would say it's probably around halfway. My like, the numbers in my head is not great. What about army spawn in Tears of the Kingdom? Yeah, it is the same every time. I would say the only
Svegliati.
thing in army that can possibly change is like the way the Lizalfos jump, which even then you can
Quella
control,
è una
or
tavoletta
you can
Sheikah.
like throw the gems in a way
Ti guiderà
that's
dopo il risveglio dal tuo
uh you're not gonna run into that for the most part. Like I remember I was doing and partially I just did it because it was cool. The like pre-throw. You throw the gem as you finish the previous phase. Or no, as you pick up the item at the end of the Boko phase. That way it will hit the Lizalfos immediately, which will make it so you'll never have to deal with Lizalfos jumping into your like your gem toss. Okay, but I guess I don't know. I mean, Tears of the Kingdom speedrunning is kind of
Link. Link.
like bringing that up as an example of a game that's, you know,
Dirigiti al
not
luogo segnato sulla
doesn't
mappa
have a lot
della
of
tua
RNG.
tavoletta Sheikah.
It's like, well, is it a good speedrun? Do I enjoy it? But so much of that is not... It's like the tricks themselves, right? In the cutscenes and whatnot. Hear me out. Okay, come on. Hear me out. You have a random chance at skipping certain cutscenes. Then we add some randomness in, and we remove some of the downtime. But yeah, I guess there's also like in Breath of the Wild, if we look at, you know, it's not, if we use the term RNG to mean randomness, and by randomness, there's also factoring in like, yeah, with wind bombs, you know, if you could get the same exact launch angle every single time, would that be better? Like, I think the fact that wind bombs are all, for the most part, you know, slightly different, right? I think that is probably better. Because then you have the chance to, like, you know, if you get a ragdoll cancel out the monk, that's, like, hype. If you could do that every single time, it wouldn't be as hype.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Alright. Let's see. I think I only finished, like, 2 runs today. Even. But one of the runs I finished was, like, really good, so that's partially why. Like, I could have finished more runs, I think. I just, was prioritizing getting good runs, good attempts. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not saying the amiibos aren't RNG. It's more like I'm looking at examples of things that... Like, you could point to amiibos, right? And you could say, okay, well, amiibos, that might be bad variants for a speedrun. Because it is purely random, and it just means you're gonna have to reset a lot more in the, like, early parts of the run.
Link.
But something like Wind Bomb...
Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
It's not RNG, but, like, the fact that your wind bombs are not going to be the same every time, I think that might be, you know, positive for the speedrun. Kind of thing. There we are. What's the record been the past 2 weeks? The fastest I've gotten in the last 2 weeks is the 2308 that I got today. If that's what you're asking. Ow. Okay, I mean, that works. Sure. Yeah, I got a 2304, but that was before I started counting the days, I think. Well, actually, was it? I think it wasn't within the last 2 weeks, but I have gotten a 2304. All right, see ya, Mako.
Mm-hmm. Huh. Ah. Mm. Mm-hmm.
Oh. Oh. Come on, man. I gotta stop doing this. Okay, 157. It's cooked. It's a Piano Brawl Stars. Thank you for the good luck. Alright, well, this is probably still the last one. We'll see how it goes. Although I think I only picked up 4 fish. So there's a chance I just die here. But yeah, I likely shouldn't try and overdo it, even though like I know I'm playing pretty well today. And the runs are going well. It's probably best to try again tomorrow. I don't think they've announced the submission period yet. Instant quick. I'm sure I'll know. Someone will mention it. Because yeah, I'll submit runs for games done quick GDQ in the summer, but I've gotta wait for the submission period to open, and like whether or not I go might depend on whether or not I get in.
Svegliati.
But we'll see. I don't know what other people's plans are.
Svegliati.
But yeah, I would like to, do a run for GDQ in the summer, but it's not a guarantee or anything.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
Okay, yeah, I gotta really... Okay, that was the first time I failed the minigame. And I didn't fail one of the critical steps. It's the one at the end where it's like, if you choose the default option, it's just close instead of start game. No, Flazon, I do not. I think I'm 7 seconds behind. Yo, it's up cleft. Thank you for the good luck. Yeah, I used to have the world record. I've had it for some time in the past.
Svegliati.
And I've got the world record in other categories of Breath of the Wild.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo...
Jeez. Just let me through, man. I really gotta get like one more a good attempt in, and by good attempt I mean one more attempt past like bombs entry. That's all I'm asking for. I'm not greedy. But yeah, I'm getting to the point where I think I've done a little bit too much mashing today. It's weird. It's like you would expect maybe my left arm slash hand would feel more tired because of BLSS, but I mean, in a way, I don't get to do BLSS that often if I'm resetting like so early. Where it's like if you get past the bombs, you know, you gotta mash through
Svegliati.
the old man dialogue.
Svegliati.
And yeah, I'm just pressing the buttons a lot.
Quella è una tavoletta shake.
All right. You know what?
Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
I don't know if I want to commit to last run. What if I fail SOR clip again? Also, SOR clip is some mashing as well. Dude. I just can't end it on that, you know? Do you think there will be a Zelda movie in the future? There is a Zelda movie planned for 2027, I believe. I imagine we'll get more news, maybe a trailer on the 40th anniversary coming up in like 2 weeks. But yeah, there's a live action movie. So you know, there probably will be one. Maybe they blow it up. They're like, okay, the footage, it was too cringe. This cannot see the light of day.
Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta shake. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo
Just one more. That's all I'm asking for. One more SOR clip. That's like not total garbage. It like doesn't even have to be good. I would be fine with like a 45 or a 46. It just needs to clip me through the wall and not lose like 5 seconds. I don't know exactly what I'm doing differently as well. That's like part of the frustration. That like something small changes with my muscle memory and then suddenly I can't do the clip quickly. Even though, like, earlier today I was doing it just fine. Yo, what's up, XG? Thank you for the good luck.
Svegliati. Svegliati. Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
True, brains are weird. Means you'll get a 2216. I'm waiting. Surely this time, this run. Yeah. It's fucking garbage, man. What up, Nomathy? Noman, how do I clip out of SOR? What's the secret? Is there a leaderboard for best segments? Not like a leaderboard, but there's I don't know how well maintained it is anymore.
Svegliati.
But yeah, there's a spreadsheet that had like all the community sum of best segments.
Quella è una tavoletta sceicca. Ti guiderà dopo il risveglio dal tuo lungo.
Where can you find it? I don't know. I guess it's in the Breath of the Wild Speedrun Discord. There we go. Okay, this is it, the final run. 44 SOR. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's probably almost entirely, if not entirely, Moldy Meatballs is golds, which you can find on his YouTube channel if you go to the playlists. Because yeah, I think he's got faster splits than me for basically everything, if not everything. Yo, what's up, Seneca?
Link. Link. Dirigiti al luogo segnato sulla mappa della tua tavoletta sceicca.
And yeah, with a game like Breath of the Wild, there aren't that many people. Oh. Oh, whatever. I'm done. yeah, there just aren't that many people in contention for being like, I guess, world record holder. And generally, yeah, there's a pretty big difference between skill level between like the top couple of runners and beyond. So like essentially the only people who would have a community best time would be like the top couple of runners. Excuse you, Liam. What do you want me to say? I kind of have comms on plates. Okay. Let's see. Well, anyway, thank you all for watching. I will send you guys off to Namil. Who's doing some Tears of the Kingdom bingo. So, let's see. Alright, give him a good luck bingus dance, like so. And yeah, I don't know, thank you all for watching today. I'll be back tomorrow with some more runs. Today was a good time. Tomorrow, I'm sure will also be a good time. But yeah, bye.